Great. Thank you, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Committee of the Whole for February 24th. It is now 10:33. I'll call the meeting to order. Council, any conflicts to discuss? Any amendments or additions to the agenda? No? No? Okay, motion to adopt, if you would, please, and seconded. All in favor of adoption? Opposed? Sorry, I think that was in favor. Yeah. Okay, thanks. We move right into business items, and we have Mr. Douglas sitting in the hot seat today.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just prior to the meeting, handed out a couple of items that have been asked for from the previous meeting. The first one, I'm going to share my screen real quick here. The first document is mostly green in color. And this is our asks for additional operating requests in a priority order. We have the top section are the ones that would be tax related. The middle section would be reserve funded, so wouldn't be funded from taxation. And then the bottom section is sewer and septage in priority order.
Oops. So are we talking, the agenda had the police thing as item 5.1, so just are we talking about the RCMP parking access, or are we on to the overall budget?
Just talking quickly about the handouts prior to...
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Another document that was sent out in the agenda was the RCMP information. We've shortened it to just parking access, and it's the money is to do scope out a design that suits RCMP better for parking. And the little red area is the area we're talking about. They would like to move their parking tight to their building. And so these funds are just to start that process. Probably get, a design, not construction designs, but kind of a concept of what that area would look like. And then they would like to have kind of two-sided parking there with kind of a one-way in and a one-way out. Okay.
Everybody clear on what's being proposed, please? Councillor Shepherd.
Sorry, I'm a little bit still unclear.
That's fine.
In the previous submission, I'd assumed it was to put sort of concrete blockers to stop access, general access. So is this more of a chain link fence, and they're going to be building, sort of cutting parking into where we see the gray grass area? Or?
That's correct.
So it is.
So this is the money here is for concept design.
Just design concept.
Yep. There's no money here for capital, or like to do the work. They've been asking for this for a number of years because their cars are like across the next, the roadway there. And so we had this built into a grant application 2 years ago. But we didn't get approved for it. But they still would like to pursue getting their vehicles closer and tight. This design would kind of show the flow of traffic. It would kind of give more, it wouldn't even be to a point where we get Class C estimate. It would just be concept design.
Okay.
Yeah, for that area specific.
I guess my only concern is, this will turn into much more money in terms of if you're building parking and That's all. Thanks.
Yes.
Absolutely.
No, thanks. I appreciate that clarification, Councillor Inkster.
Yeah, I don't know how far we want to go right off the bat on these issues, but I'm assuming that building with the work that we're going to be proceeding with the roof in the next while, I'm hearing, will have a number of other costs, but I'm assuming that soon, and staff may be able to update us on this, that the money coming to us from the levels of government to provide those two services will not go to the debt and will come to us soon. I'm wondering about that because if in fact it comes directly to us because of an agreement previously made, then that could be an opportunity to start looking at upgrading some of the features of the exterior of the building.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, it's like the rec center question I always ask, when will that debt be gone so that we can stop taxing for
So the
improvements?
debt on the Justice Building is gone this year, I think.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
The debt is now is done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the money that we receive from the RCMP and the provincial government court-wise
Right.
would come to us, and we would have to then expend it on the debt. But now that the debt's gone, the money should come directly to us, and we should be able to
I see.
create a fund in which we will be able to make improvements to the building rather than
Sort of start
continuing
building
to tax.
our own reserve. Okay.
Yeah, instead of continuing the tax
Right.
for these services. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Yeah, so both leases have a renewal coming up,
Yeah.
and both leases have some definition of what that lease rate would look like.
Mhm.
And so they're not overly favorable, but they're within the agreement. And so there's a report going to be coming to council soon on that.
Okay.
So without getting into the details, am I reading your body language that the lease revenue that
Yeah.
Councillor Inkster is referring to is likely to drop?
Yes,
Okay, then I
significantly.
I very much look forward to that report.
Yep, like the original leases were set to cover the debt costs,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like they were tied to debt. And so now that that's paid off, the next set of tenure is said that it's now at this level, and which is 50% of market is the one for Justice Building. So it's not overly favorable.
No. So.
Right, but
Yeah.
I think that, like, I wasn't here when that lease was put together, but I think it's because the first 20 years was tied to the debt.
Yeah.
Now the debt's expired,
Yeah.
then they kind of get a break from a little bit of the rent level. That's kind of the way it seems to be set up.
Okay.
Mm.
Aren't they lucky that they can tell us that through an agreement? But I guess there's always negotiation.
Well, I don't know, is the agreement, what you're referencing, already part of an agreement?
Yes,
Yeah, so it's not about us starting a new negotiation, I guess.
not yet. Another 10 years, then there'll be a new
wow.
negotiation.
At least Councillor Inkster will still be here.
well, I
You're young enough,
I
is
look
my
at the
comment.
budget sometimes. I don't know.
You're young.
Okay. So.
Okay, so let's, so in terms
Yeah.
of this conversation,
Yeah.
we're talking about a potential parking design. You raise a good point,
Yeah.
which will come back in the form of a
Well, we have a
report.
number of costs with that building that are going to be increasing based on its age. So, and the number of improvements, including the safety issues after 9/11 that they
Yeah.
asked us, the District of Seychelles, to put hundreds of thousands
Right.
of dollars for.
Right.
So we
No,
need
and I
to
think
tell
we'll-
them that.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I hear that we have a contract for another 10 years, so we have to work around on that. But it just, not to put you on the spot, Mr. Douglas, but is a report coming to us in the next 3 months, or?
It should be in the next month.
Okay, thanks. So we can pick it up.
Okay.
Any questions on the parking design of $30,000? Yes, Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes, to the chair. I've just noticed here, it says it's RCMP security requirements. So regardless of the building or other things may come up, I know if the RCMP says they have security requirements, then I take that very seriously. And, I think we should, follow it up at this stage and see where it goes, because we have to take their word for that, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, for the most part, we do, but they also know it's, there's budgetary constraints.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah. Yes, Councillor Toth, thanks.
Thank you. Just a general question that staff may or may not have an answer for, today. Looking at $30,000 for parking design around the RCMP, I'm wondering, does that include any conversations, or have staff contemplated any conversations with either the Justice side of the building, or with the rest of Block 7 as a whole? We know that parking on this property is, a little short, and I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity, you know, if it's $30,000 for the RCMP, if we put in another $20,000 from capital reserves or something like that, can we look at all of the parking?
Aren't you clever?
It's possible, and you're right. I mean, you know, in Dewey, if we did this project, it would help alleviate the parking issues for sure. But definitely a kind of a consolidated plan there would make sense.
So, this is probably a good time to raise this. So something like this, you're bringing it to us today for a resolution saying go for it or don't go for it, or?
Well, it was asked for information as to what did it really mean. So
Right.
that's what it's here for. It is included in our plans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's in the proposal, so this part of the conversation is for information?
Part of it is for information, because it was asked for.
Right.
Just update, make it more clear what it is, so that you can make a decision on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, my big question is, the potential for one-way in and out. Any idea which way is in and which way is out?
Not at this point. The design would, you know, work with the RCMP to figure out the most efficient.
Yeah. Well, I think yes, and that enters into Modi conversations, and I can see.
So it wouldn't go out to the road. We're just talking that red area, right? So the one-way wouldn't kind of go out to the highway.
Oh.
It's just how they would like to flow into their own little parking lot area. The $30,000 doesn't cover.
I see. Okay, well, that's not, we don't need to delve into it in that much detail, but.
Yeah, it will, yeah.
So I'm just mindful of Councillor Toth's suggestion. Do you want something you want to? Yeah. Please.
Thank you. I guess so. It was mentioned that there was a grant that we had applied for previously, and I do recall something in the last term about, you know, looking at a redesign of some of the public space. I guess the question is, do staff have an idea on what sort of addition would be required to this $30,000 to look at all of Block 7? And if not, I would actually suggest a recommendation that they come back looking at, you know, an amount for the whole area.
Right.
Yeah, at this point, we wouldn't have a number.
So, Councillor Inkster.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, if we go there and we look at the numbers of spaces in Block 7, we will quickly find that a large number of the spaces are the pool. So that means the regional district has to be involved in the funding of any changes probably to that configuration. Not just in the terms of funding, because that, if you look at the original pool budget, it included, I think, $100 and something thousand for parking. Ergo, contractually, they are responsible for the parking. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it might not be as expensive as we think it could be. It should be.
We might be able to get some but
Yeah.
at this point, I think the pitch is whether we should do it to assess what we need. Let's get it done.
I guess my only comment on this is that we sort of got into this weird, like, Councillor Inkster would remember, like, because the property was developed, you know, one chunk at a time, I don't think there was ever a cohesive plan to look at what would be most effective for the entire property. So
Yeah. So, in terms of, so you're about to make a resolution?
So just a little clarity, you know, the price would also depend if we just kept it within that circle.
Right.
Like, I don't mean the red circle, I mean
The driveway arc.
the driveway arc, or included the DOS parking and further, right, this whole lot, basically. So I think the price would be different. So,
Okay, well, let's find out. Right, I mean, let's have a,
for both?
yeah.
Okay.
Like, I mean, we're asking for I guess, an estimate of what it would cost to do the whole parking. I'd open it up, Rosanna Giles right here, and, behind the municipal hall, and like, is there a better configuration that, somebody can come up with? Not just for the police,
Okay.
requirements, because integrating it could be better for the police as well, if they know they have more access, or we can change things.
Perfect.
So
Thank you.
that's, somebody making that motion. I will, but, okay. I did. So, to seek, a cost estimate for a review of the parking of all of Block 7. That, second, thank you. Okay, any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Councillor McLaughlin opposed, carried. So coming back to this, so for now, I guess we can leave this particular issue because it's part of your next part of
Yes.
the presentation.
You bet.
Right.
Can you share my screen again for a second? So another handout that was handed out, was a new item, something we've been experiencing in this room. So we've gone out to get, just an estimate on replacing the mics in this room. And, so that's a new item that, we'll discuss a little later. So it's just one of the handouts.
You want to talk about that now, or?
No, we'll talk about it as we go forward, yeah.
Okay. You can stop sharing, and, oh, there you go.
And then there was, the other thing that we handed out was, just how we budget council training. We don't intend to go over it. It's just for council's information at this point. It's, we've had some questions on, you know, well, what's the training? How's it budgeted? You know, and so that, that is, how we budget for mayor and council.
Okay. Everybody, you just got that, I think, in the last few minutes, but, itemizes, training or attendance at seminars and.
Yeah. So it is a limited budget, as is everybody's training. You know, obviously swaps are allowed within it, but, you know, you should be discussing that with the mayor, or, you know, to organize it so that it's effective.
Yeah,
You can swap, you can always give me more of your budget, that's fine. Councillor Inkster.
sure, I don't mind talking to you about trading. I'll give you more and you give me, anyway. Yeah, this is an interesting one that, has come up since the, inauguration and some of the discussions we've had around things we want to do. I saw another one the other day.
Right.
There appears to be a reluctance to have more than one go to things, but what I will say, what I have found, and I don't know how to get around this, but what I've found in the past is this budget tends to be 60 to 70% utilized. So in the end, it's you probably could have 2 council members going to things. And then the next year, based on experience, you adjust the budget and or look at some rules, because it's usually way under committed we've been talking about it, and I've heard and detected some issues with, can we afford this, or is it within the budget? But what I think we'll find is 70% of the budget is used on a Vancouver UBCM year, and 60% of the budget on a non-Vancouver UBCM year.
Okay.
Just 65. So,
I guess when we see this year's 2022 financials, we can watch to see, did we in fact use, looking, to see how much of this budget was used last year?
Well, and also look at who went to what. Like, if the mayor went to a lot of things, then that means the overall budget, whereas you maybe should have your own budget.
I do.
Yeah.
Sorry. Through the chair.
Yeah.
Through the chair, he has.
Okay.
So, mayor's budgeted in one area, and then all of council's budgeted in a separate area.
Yeah, I see it's listed, thank you, but, I didn't know if it came from one large body of an amount, and then it was divided up, so, anyway. Usually you're gonna be twice as much. Yeah.
All right. So thank you for that, Mr. Doug. Councillor McLaughlin, please.
I just have a question. I mean, have budget issues this year. Are all of these conferences essential? And also, if it's not in the budget, are we able to attend the conferences ourselves with our own money? Is that an option? Thank you.
Interesting question. I mean, I think if you wish to attend something and wish to pay for it, I'm sure the taxpayers of Sechelt will be grateful. I don't think there's any prohibition on that. I'm looking to Mr. Douglas, but
So if there's a conference that you say you've expired your budget for conferences and you want to go to a different one, I don't see any problem with that. As a organization, I think we support it. We support, I know there's a number of staff that might do that occasionally as well, so.
More substantively, I think.
Yep, but
are we going to too many, is your question, Councillor McLaughlin, are we going to too many?
Right. I mean, to me, this is a fairly tight budget overall. And so if there's something there you don't want to go to, you can talk with the mayor and kind of trade it for a different one if it makes sense for the organization. Right. So there's other ways and means to go to conferences that might be, relative to your portfolios, let's say.
Councillor McLaughlin.
If I can confirm, so you're saying they're all essentially essential. They're typical essential meetings.
Yes, I won't say anything's essential, but these are ones that typically mayor and councils go to, because these ones are like the global ones, the ones that, get you the information or, other information that you need or would help you do your part as a councillor.
I think we can have that sort of conversation as we go ahead, but this is about budgeting right now, not about making that decision. I agree, it's pretty tight. I think there's other things that might be useful, but we'd have to deal with those on a case by case, so.
Yeah, I mean, we're budgeting now and talking about it, like, for instance, there's you didn't go to the Sustainable Communities Conference, did you?
No.
Yeah, that would be fun, but it's a long way, a lot of travel, and the travel's expensive, but that's $3,000 that goes back into your budget, and as an example.
No, your point's taken earlier that there's likely to be some room to move.
Yes.
Councillor McLaughlin's position that if we opt out of something, we can talk about that before we register, but for now, I'm certainly happy to have this envelope of funds, and if we want to fine tune it, we can do that throughout the year. Okay. Yeah. Anything else, folks? Thanks. Okay. Carry on.
Okay, and then the other item that was put in front of you was an envelope or a folder that has some human resources items in it that we'll talk about later as we go forward. It's got just some planning for the district from a big picture look at human resources and structure.
Great. And somebody will be presenting that to us on,
Yes, we're here
on
to,
screen
yep.
and stuff?
You bet.
That's more for the public than...
Yes.
Okay. Waiting on me, or am I waiting on you?
I guess we're waiting on each other.
I'm waiting on you.
Okay. Just if we go back to the travel, last year, the mayor spent 56% of the travel and accommodations budget, and council spent 44%.
So, Councillor Inkster's point is well taken.
Yeah.
Little gold star for Councillor Inkster. Great.
Okay, so my next plan was to go through the report that was sent out to council last night. I have it in PowerPoint.
Was it, I'm sorry, to our corporate officer, was it posted online?
No, it was simply circulated to council as a handout in preparation
Okay.
for this meeting.
All right, thanks.
We'll make sure it gets put on the website.
Yeah, but in other words, the sharing now is important. Please.
All right, I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, so we sent out a report last night, and it's partly due to, actually, before I start, any questions are great questions. So, we need to proceed forward today with, decisions and recommendations, but, we want you to understand what it is that we're asking for and how we're moving forward. So please don't hesitate to ask questions. If we have to circle back and, that's not a problem. It's more important that you understand than to push something forward that you don't understand. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. So I'm just going to kind of go to the meat of the report. And it's really more about numbers for me. Okay, so we were asked to go back and reprioritize our asks and look at, options for, reducing the overall budget. And so now that I'd say we're greater than 50% through year end, very close to 50%. Okay. So now we're able to drag some numbers from the year end that will affect this year's budget. Okay, we haven't been able to do that because we don't, in December or in August when we start putting the budget together, we have no clue what any surplus might look like. We have no clue of, we haven't even, we still got 6 months to go and we're already preparing the next budget. So at this point, we're able to look into last year's operating budget and see what we may have that might help us with this year. And although the numbers aren't exact, the numbers that are in here, staff are comfortable with, okay, with putting out to council. So far we've started with a $784,000 deficit. And due to motions of council with the STRs, we're able to better refine our STR revenue estimate. So we had $54,000 budgeted, and we feel pretty comfortable adding another $118,000 to that budget. Okay.
So, okay.
And that's, you know, the
A
three.
total of 160 or something?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's because we didn't know in August how many applications we would get, you know, what council would settle on and a rate. We put a number in because we knew we were gonna get a lift in revenue. So, you know, there's probably a couple of things hinging here that, you know, we are dealing with all the applicants, you know, like we know how many applicants we have, so if, we're cutting those down, the revenue would also be cut down, right? We have it's a kind of a service agreement with Fortis that we get every year, and that number increased in that agreement by $30,000. So we're moving that into the budget. We got refined new construction numbers. We still are waiting for the final how much of new construction we had in 2022 that will affect our tax roll, but we're comfortable adding another $8,000 to our revenue.
Sorry, so that's from the new
build
homes that have already
Yeah.
been built? So
You bet. Commercial or residential.
it's additional taxation as a result of growth?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So we've already budgeted 110,000, I believe. So this is just a lift of a further
Okay.
$8,000. Right. So it's very close. Like 1% has been pretty average over the last 2 or 3 years.
Right,
Right, and 1% of taxation, right? 118,000.
right. I think that's the key. It's not 8,000, it's 118,000. Yeah.
Correct.
Great. Yeah, so, it's on the screen. We don't have.
I'm on the screen.
Yeah, yeah. We're seeing it as well for the fresh, so,
I thought it was about, predicted a few months ago, it'd be about 130 to 140,000 when we talked about it, but, okay, 118, I mean, just based
So,
on the building. Right?
whatever we
Yeah,
New
was
construction.
proposed is now we add 8,000 to it.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm very cautious at how much until I get the final report.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, you have to be
Okay,
conservative.
anyways, it's
yeah.
8,000, so,
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
okay.
Until I know exactly what it is, well, this is pushing my conservatism, but I'm very conservative with this number. Because, you just don't know until you get that final report,
Right,
Yeah.
okay?
okay. So the same thing is true for building permit fees?
So building permit fees, we reviewed those. We are, so we do an accrual every year of some of the building fees. So like, something like a big build like Trellis, that's a 2-year build. So we accrue half of those fees to the next year, right? Because it's, our officials are going out and still, you know, inspecting the building. So it's not a 1-year revenue for us, it's a 2-year revenue, right? So we went through and we did our accruals, and we're comfortable adding $140,000 to the revenue.
So that's, you give us an order of magnitude. I don't remember how much was in the first round.
I'm gonna say close to 400,000.
So
So
we're
we're
now
going
at
to
500 and
550 almost.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
And then, I did a kind of a real deep dive on our actual to budget last year. And and I'm comfortable, with recommending utilizing 250,000 of surplus from 2022 to cover expenses in 2023.
Okay. And that's, yes, and so that's a fundamental assumption. Whether we want to do that or not is one of the discussion items.
Correct.
Yeah. Councillor Shepherd.
That was my question, whether we typically apply the surplus or keep building up the surplus as a.
Okay, so this 250 allows for both, right? So like I said, I did a deep dive and looked at each account, you know, had a running total on the right. You know, we could be matching the same amount to build surplus. It'll be very close.
Right. In which case, I'm sure Councillor Shepherd realizes that means that instead of the 2% on the next line, it would be presumably 4 or 5%,
Right.
whatever the arithmetic is.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So then we looked at our priorities, and we have reduced it to this list. You know, even though we've given a new priority list, this is more of that's a global. We're asked to, you know, refine it and come back with kind of what we're seeing as our necessaries, okay, for this year. So the first one's a bylaw officer, and we would look at hiring them for starting 6 months into the year. This one, if you kind of look at it from a higher perspective, the STR revenue would be funding this position, right? Like it's not, you know, it's, I don't like to say this is a tax funded or, you know, revenue funded, because if any of those if the revenues dry up, we still have the person. You know what I mean? So it's, the revenues kind of go in the revenue pot, and then these expenses are in the expense pot, right? So, but if you were to say, oh, we're going to change our SDRs and not have any revenue, well, the whole idea here was to get revenues from SDRs, and we want to fund a bylaw officer out of it, and we need the software to be able to track the SDRs. Those three kind of go together.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's whatever, an envelope, a bag.
Right. And so, you know, is there a tax effect? I'll say no, but down the road there might be if the revenues go down, right?
Yes. Yeah. Councillor Inkster?
So what Mr. Douglas is saying is that we will be hiring potentially, because we haven't approved this yet, a bylaw officer to start at the end of June.
Correct.
Early July. And this would then cost us $41,000 this year, $82,000 next year.
Yes.
Or probably $84,000 with some previous agreements in place.
Sure.
So I would just ask through you to staff, and based on the fact that it's revenue related, first of all, I doubt that we would not fund it this way, because there would be some concerns within the community. But I'm wondering if, in fact, this is enough. And it's an operational discussion, but we will be asking them most likely to work weekends.
Right.
Okay, so if we're asking them to work weekends, is one enough? Because of the nature of...
That is quite operational, so...
Yeah, I know, I know, but that's why it will have a direct effect on the amount, because if what our intention is we could have some enforcement issues, and there's some concerns in some neighborhoods. So will we be sending one person into those issues?
So if I may, your question is, have staff contemplated its weekends and evenings and
one person?
And whether it's one or more?
So I can partly answer, but Director Allen may want to pipe in, but
probably not.
You know, I don't think there's any intent for us to send a bylaw officer to a home, right? It's not. I don't think that's part of the program.
To put a fine point, to knock on the front door.
Correct.
We would send somebody in response to a complaint.
Somebody may be sent in response, but I highly doubt it would be one bylaw officer, right? The bylaw officer may be the person making a call to the RCMP, but I highly doubt we would be sending one bylaw officer. Okay. And I'll let Mr. Allen speak to that.
Trying to look both ways. Yes, Director Allen, did you have something to add? Are you going to start working weekends for us? We'll come back to Director Allen. Press and hold it for a few seconds, it should. Nope. Director Allen has nothing to say.
Hold it down for us. There we go.
Press it again.
All right, third time lucky. Thank you. We have contemplated, it is quite operational, and we have contemplated a rotating shift whereupon with 3 bylaw officers potentially working so that we always have 2. We would have lone worker considerations and checkpoints and so forth. So it is something we've considered. And if you look at the short-term rental seems to be the trigger that is bringing us here. But if you look at the uptick in all kinds of issues that our growing community has, from dogs to homelessness to parking and traffic, a lot of stuff happens over the weekend, and we come back on Monday morning to a voicemail inbox full of calls from a variety of topics. But it is the short-term rental piece and the software monitoring and the proactive activity that has brought us towards this consideration for a third.
Right. So it's much more than short-term rentals, but it is, anyways, it's operational.
Yeah, and the short-term rental is a catalyst for this decision, essentially.
Right. But, yes, Councillor Inkster.
Thanks. I think that, because it is a catalyst, but there is more things happening in Sechelt because of the expansion of our community. I'm assuming, once again, operational, but we should be prepared to fund safety mechanisms for our bylaw officers with what they may be dealing with. And I'm not saying, I'm just saying upgrades to our systems and that. And that's what I think staff's going to end up coming to us with. But there's money there. It's $118,000. So I just think that we should be ready for that in order to make sure they're safe.
And I think we'll see some of that in the agenda, in the budget in a couple of minutes. Okay.
Okay, the next item is ARO accounting. It's asset retirement obligations. It's a new auditing standard that we have to start reporting next year in our financial statements. So we classified this as mandatory in our asks, just because it's coming and we need help to get there.
And so this is a permanent position, or?
No, this is just a consultant to help us with the asset retirement obligation requirements.
Great. Okay. Keep trying to move my screen, forgetting that it's your screen.
Okay, then just a structure change. The next one's a structure change within the District of Sechelt, but incorporating a Director of Administration role and bumping a Executive Assistant to Human Resources Advisor role. So this is a structure change. In your envelopes, you have kind of what the structure is today and what it could look like with this. And we can talk about that either now or later, wherever council wants.
I guess now.
Okay.
Yeah. So who wants, is this Ms. Roberts or Mr. Yates, or to talk, because we did have a resolution before, so this is staff bringing it back for us to better understand.
Be one of the other of us, depending on what the questions are.
Okay, Councillor Shepherd, go ahead.
Sorry, is it coming up later or?
No.
Or, sorry, maybe you could just repeat that for me, what the position is or what.
Okay, so if you look in the folder that we handed out, there's, we show the organizational chart as what it is today. And we also have shown an organizational chart including this change, this organizational change. So it's incorporating a Director of Administration that would have reports to that person, and then bumping Executive Assistant role to what they call a Human Resources Advisor role.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, Councillor Bell. Okay.
To the Chair, just for clarification, this was in the budget before, same numbers. And so now it's coming back to the table based on what happened in the last meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Inkster?
What we're saying, sorry, if I may, through the Chair, is these are our highest priorities, this list that we're going through, and coming to an end, what it would look like as a tax increase. Okay.
So, obviously, I wasn't here when this was discussed previously, as was indicated by Councillor Bell. I'm assuming that was the meeting, Councillor Bell, the budget meeting?
She's referencing back in early February.
Yeah, okay. So when I look at this particular list of positions or based on the amounts, based on the amounts that, I'm sure Mr. Douglas will present, because it's not a full amount, it's obviously some changes in how we do
An
things.
incremental amount.
Yeah, it's incremental, it's based on maybe upgrades, I'm assuming, just based on the numbers there. I'm not sure whether it was discussed last meeting, but when I see these figures, what would help me explain it if in fact we need to, and or rationalize the change in our budget based on those positions, is to hear staff, if at all, to say, this is not getting done now. This will get done with these positions in place. So we heard recently from Administrative Officer Yates that these are things that we need to get done. And that's where I would like to hear that. This is not getting done. This will get done. Because it's an added level of service, but it's an added level theoretically of efficiency. So that's kind of what helps me say, okay, we need that. Yeah.
Included in the package is a chart in your envelopes that describe some of describe the benefits or the changes, right?
Okay.
So it's not, it's very common to have a director of administration in a government this size. It's not, it's a lot about reports, like if you have your CEO normally has 4 to 5 reports, and so this would also, if you see the chart on the current, that makes it to that the CEO would have 4 reports, and then each director would have multiple reports to them, right? Right now, that's not the structure. The structure is the CEO has more reports than that. It's not as favorable. This is kind of the quite a normal process where you have your CEO has 4 or 5 reports and then multiple reports below.
And that, I follow that. I think the question though is what are the expected improvements in productivity or efficiency, and I guess I would turn it to Mr. Yates.
Yeah.
Me, and I know there's some thoughts listed there on the document.
As well, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. I just, our administrative officer, he also within his role, he has to manage, and if this can help him do that.
Okay.
Rather
so
than
let's let him answer that.
Yeah.
I haven't seen these documents because. Mr. Yates, please.
Yes, Councillor Inkster, that's it in a nutshell. I have, I think, 7 or 8 direct reports that I have to deal with currently. A number of them I cannot get to at all. I simply don't have the time, so they're sort of working on their own without any support. I currently have 2 people who are largely doing these jobs and have been for well over a year now. This was a sort of an advancement and a reorganization we've been working on for several years as part of the organization's progression over time. So part of what we would have, if we can't manage this, then we will probably roll back some of the progression we've made and have these people stop doing a lot of the things that they're currently doing. So some of the training that we're doing in-house, some of the oversight that we're doing right now, things like that, we would just back those up and not do as much. So what we're really getting is, for a very small lift, we're getting a lot of extras from these people. But I can't keep them doing it and not paying them. So.
Okay. Yes. Oh, thank you. Please.
Just for clarity, because on the screen it's listed as Director of Administration, but we are talking about Director of Corporate and Community Services is that right?
Yes.
Like on here?
That's correct.
Okay. Just to reiterate what Councillor Inkster's question and CAO Yates's answer, I think that in my experience it's quite unusual to have, I think in my mind, a healthy organization has the director level reporting to the CAO and not, having some directors, some managers. It's a different level of, oversight and responsibility in my mind. And, you know, I'm sure even Director Dillon will agree that human resources are our greatest asset that we, have, even though, you know, it's like not a pipe or anything. But, you know, this is more than just a flow chart to me. And that's it. So thank you for that clarity, because I was a bit confused.
Okay. So on the screen, we're looking at Director of Administration, but on the charts that we were handed just as the meeting started, it's Director of Corporate and Community Services. Okay. So that is the same.
Yeah, the name's not critical. We're still playing with some of it and what's going to fall underneath it at the end of the day. So.
Okay. Please.
Okay. Okay, to continue on with the kind of our priority asks, software for bylaws STR program. So that's what we discussed that kind of a few minutes ago. Bylaw protective equipment, 13,500. As far as we know, the other governments are putting in some funds to do a joint field strategy. And so this is why this one is here, because, you know, this is a shared strategy between the three governments or four governments.
About fields?
Yeah. E-field.
Playing fields?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, you know, the other governments are going to participate, then we should put money aside to do the same thing. That's kind of why this one's here again.
Okay, so can I saw Councillor Shepherd.
No, actually, we shot past that item, the bylaw protective equipment.
Please, yeah.
Just a note actually it came forward from the Downtown Business Association that they noticed that our bylaw officers are woefully protected in terms of their equipment compared to what the region has. So it was one of their suggestions that their equipment be upgraded. So it's great to see in the budget.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. No, well, that's why. Good. Okay. So these are gross numbers, right? The earlier ones, some of them were incremental increases.
Yes, these are gross numbers.
These, like, it's not 13,500 more for protective equipment.
Well, they're asking for this protective equipment, and we've estimated the cost to be 13,500.
Yes, but in the last version that we looked at, it was in there at 13,000.
Yep. So this is a refined list from the big list. This is what we...
No, I know, but
okay.
But the distinction, you know, you referenced that the revenues from whatever in the previous slide,
right,
were a top up, like $100,000 more on short-term rentals.
Correct.
Here, what we're looking at, you're saying expense additions. So are we now totally saying we want 13,000 for protective equipment, or 13 plus whatever was in the February document? Don't worry, you can check that.
Okay, so can we go back to here?
Yeah.
So in the current deficit number isn't this equipment. This equipment is an added operational expense, right?
Yep.
And so we had this big list of additional operating requests we were asked to refine, to come back to say this is what we want. So this would be added to the budget to buy equipment for our bylaw officers, protective equipment.
Yes, you can try.
I think I understand what the mayor is trying to ask. So this list here matches this. This is not an additional $13,500 over and above what was originally asked.
Correct.
Is the clarity that you're, is that what, am I
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's the original,
The original amount.
The previous page where we saw, if you'd go back, please.
right. On the revenue side of things, we were talking about, the additional revenues were over and above
Right.
the revenues we already projected,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, but that's not the same on the expense side. Even though it says expense additions, it's additions to this number, this
Yes.
rolling number, not additions to what was originally expensed.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, I understood something.
Yep. Thank you for your.
Let the minutes reflect.
Okay. And that goes same with the software and the joint field strategy that was in that large list that we had before,
Okay.
right?
Councillor Bell, please.
You'd mentioned this, to the Chair, Director Douglas, about the, joint field strategy. And, as you say, so is it, it's Gibson's, SCRD, District of Sechelt, and is it the nation as well?
Yes.
It's all four, so.
Or then, Councillor Dillon would like that.
Councillor Dillon.
Sorry.
Director Dillon.
Maybe when I retire one day.
Sorry.
I just want to, on that joint field strategy, so there are commitments from SCRD's board was supportive of this at the last hearing they had. It hasn't been adopted officially, but their contribution would be $18,800. Town of Gibson's and is also supportive, and theirs would be $5,600. And then School District 46 and the Sechelt Nation Government District, both are contributing $2,400. They've already have the money set aside for this. So this is, I mean, coordinating all the local governments to have contributions is a rare thing on the Sunshine Coast, and it seems like all the pieces are in place, and these dollar amounts were arrived at based on percentage population. So we've been having issues with sports fields availability, so this is something that SCRD has advanced, and we are supportive of as staff. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Are we dealing with the whole list, or are we waiting until the end to ask
I
questions?
think, no, as on the, if you want to talk about the joint field strategy, speak up, otherwise we'll let.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a tough one because it's such a small amount, right?
Yes.
How much time do we spend on it? But,
Not much.
I mean, the two RD members can speak to it because they have the other members there. Let's do a strategy, but look after your darn fields. I mean, the District of Sechelt spends a lot of money on our fields, and other areas on the Sunshine Coast haven't necessarily, and that's part of the problem. So, anyway.
Okay, message received. Okay. Mr. Douglas, please.
Okay. Another item that was on the list, crack sealing program that we would like to do annually. This extends, the use of our roads, so it's an important maintenance item. We did it this year for one of the first times in a number of years, and we just want to continue doing it.
Right. I think I know what Councillor Shepherd's going to ask, so please.
So sorry, is this crack sealing for all of our road network or a specific area?
Well, I can let Director Dillon talk about it, but it's really our whole network, and we, when we put out the tender, we identify what we want, and, but.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, yeah, that's basically correct. How we do it is we go out, look at areas that need to be crack sealed, usually high priority areas, arterials, collectors. Last year we did a lot of Norwest Bay Road, and we did various other areas that had issues. So it's a field decision that's made by staff going out in the field, working with Public Works to figure out what are the most appropriate sections. And at the rate we're going, we should be able to cover most of the road network in about 5 years based on the pricing we got. And we got really good pricing over 3 years, so quite competitive. Thank you.
But is that, okay, Councillor Inkster, sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, maybe just a quick yes or no, and then I got my other question does this include potholes?
No, it doesn't include the repair of potholes. This work avoids having to repair potholes. So when you look at the cost to repair potholes and the staff time it takes to process claims from bent rims, I think this is a cheap investment in avoiding those types of things. So it's meant to avoid potholes. Thank you.
Okay, even though there already is a bunch, but, so I guess we're dealing with them as they come. My question then is this enough? Mm-hmm. I think council has witnessed, if you live in Sechelt for the last number of years, the last 4, a really increased freeze and thaw cycle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's causing the problems in our roads, and I've seen it badly the last 3 years, so I'm hoping 30,000 is enough, because that's what's creating the cracks.
So what I'm hearing is this is based on a 5-year cycle.
Yeah.
To cover all our roads once every 5 years for now.
Yeah, that's correct. It's a phased out approach. Recognizing the budget challenges, we've tried to spread this out. We did most of the trail, I think, big portion of the trail in Norwest, and we've seen actually really good results. We've had about 3 major freeze thaw cycles this winter. It's been a cold one, so I haven't anecdotally I haven't seen as many people send in emails about new potholes or receive those accounts from Public Works. So I think 30,000 is a fair amount, and the reason why we're going for these minimum amounts is the way the 3-year contract was structured. If you get over $30,000, you get a discount from the crack sealer, so you can actually do more crack sealing for that amount, because it's the pricing is volume triggered. So if you give them less work, they charge you a higher unit rate. So we're just trying to get the best value for the district. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there another break? If we gave them 50,000, would we get even a better deal? A serious question. I mean,
through the chair, I think this would be year 2. We'd have 1 more year under this contract. Definitely something we could explore with council once this contract is over, if we want to make it have higher thresholds within that contract to get even a better unit rate.
Okay, so this is already a contract.
Yes, it's RFP that was put out last year and agreed to, but there's clauses in there that say we don't have to go ahead with the work if we don't necessarily have. So we're not obligated to, but the pricing's locked in.
No, thank you. That's why I was scratching my head, but now I get it. Thanks. Okay. And I know it'll come up, but how much of the lines, since we're talking about roads for a minute, how much of the line painting will we get done in terms of the current budget proposals in 2023?
Yeah, I can share with council after the meeting today. We have actually a plan now where we are going through a 4-year cycle to cover different neighborhoods. So the plan is that within a 4-year period, we would have all the lines painted, all the main ones painted. So we have those in map form now, so I can share that with council.
Sounds like a good thing to do at lunch.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Back to you, Mr. Douglas.
Okay, next item is cloud backup. This was an ongoing project that the previous council was interested in. Right now, we have a backup over at the WRC, but if we had, some kind of a catastrophic event like an earthquake or something, no one knows how long it would take us to get back up and running. But having a cloud backup, we could be up as soon as internet was back up as a organization to service, whether it be council or the public. So this is important just from that perspective.
Okay.
And then the next items are small maintenance items that we want to include into the budget. So there's just some roof demossing, a couple of those, refinished skirting boards, refinished mezzanine floor, protecting our assets, Kirkland roof demossing, and then Mission House pavers, make a pad, outside pad, where we have a crush pad right now. All small amounts, but
there's no real revenue, meaningful revenue associated?
No.
Oh, look at that. You were waving on my computer right here.
Good. So the community safety, that's flowing from the task force, is it?
I believe, I think we'll...
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked to a consultant that would kind of do a two-phase approach to starting us down a path on community safety. And phase one's about 4,800, and phase two would be the remainder of that.
I think it's fair to say it's a placeholder. We don't really know what's involved, but at least it's a start. Right. Yeah.
And the same could be said about the next one, library funding, a placeholder for their ask that they came to council with last meeting.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. So just to clarify, this 34.9 is the total ask of the increase that the library is looking for outside of the 4% of the funding agreement. I'm seeking that clarity.
Because that's what's different. Then this is an incremental amount, but some of the other stuff, I think, is
the 4% already baked into the budget, and this is the additional ask?
4% for the library is in your opening deficit.
Correct. Yes, this would be the DOS portion of their lift ask.
Okay, I think so. Yep. Councillor, no? Okay.
Through the chair, would the community safety funding be appropriate for through the COVID restart or the safety reserve, or?
Potentially a lot of my rather than recommendations to come here for funding is based on previous councils, and yes, that would be a potentially appropriate funding source for the community safety. However, previous councils have only wanted to spend that money on the RCMP justice area building / services that they provide. So yes, we could definitely fund that from the community safety reserve. Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. And there's other hopefully sources to do this right with other grant funding or something that going forward. Councillor Inkster?
Yeah, there's a number. Obviously, we have a number of funds set aside, and that some of this money could be pulled from that. And staff has identified in another list a lot of that money, COVID restart, and the public safety reserve, which is, as we all know, an overfunding of officers that don't actually exist. So it's money we've taxed for. So, you know, and I'm glad that that's a consideration. I hope we consider that, because we've, in a sense, in my mind, overtaxed. And my thought going forward is, I would hope that we start to talk about caps on some of these reserve funds. You know, how much money do we want to tax and hold on to rather than putting caps on the reserve funds, so that if we've set a cap that may be adjusted according to inflation upward, that the staff comes back to council and says we have a surplus over the cap, where do you want to put it? Right. So that we don't keep going to the taxpayer for additional funding.
I take your point. I hope that we're in that situation where we're usually in the other one where we're underfunded. But,
well, the new money's like COVID restart. Yeah. I mean, staff may think, well, this isn't for that, but just like the gas tax, that criteria went like this, and we were able to fund so many things. And so we may have to talk as a council about a cap on these funds so that we don't
Understood.
keep going to our taxpayer.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Point taken, Councillor Toth.
Thank you. I appreciate Councillor Rowe mentioning possibly funding that out of the public safety reserve or something, because we do have precedent for spending funds from the public safety reserve on non-RCMP building issues. There was a couple of years in a row, we had a retaining wall that work was looking to be funded out of the public safety reserve. So definitely looking forward to that conversation when we get further into this.
Great. Okay, so we're at expense reductions.
Yeah, so if we were to stop there, we're looking at a 4.7% operating increase to taxation. Okay, so we'd be looking at a deficit then of $555,000, 4.71% tax increase. So then we're also tasked to look at some expense reductions that might help further. So a number of years ago, the district council made a motion to go from 11 members, which is our minimum, and add a member to go to 12. Since then, we've never achieved 12. We've only been at 11. And so we are taxing for this 12th member. I don't, hard to say when that member would make it here. They haven't, I think they're also struggling with staffing overall, like organizationally. And so, I'm not sure when that would make it here. There may be a process we have to do to apply to go from 12 back to 11, our minimum members. So, it's here for council's consideration. Last year, we also started transferring $75,000 to affordable housing from taxation.
Can we just stop for a second on the RCMP? I think there's some quizzical looks. Okay, then I'm the one with the quizzical look. In the past, if they don't hire the extra one, do we pay for them? Do we pay for a person that we don't have?
Well, we don't pay for it, but we kind of pay as we go. Like we kind of pay throughout the year, but then we get a credit back when they reconcile.
Okay.
Right? So there would be a process that we'd have to apply to go back to 11.
And that's the second part of my question. Has there been any conversations with the RCMP yet about this proposal?
No.
Okay. Because it to a certain degree, it flies in the face of what I believe is the council's commitment towards enhancing our community safety. And so I'm not sure I'm not finding this appealing on the face of it. So for us to discuss.
Yep, and just over the last 2 years, they've been down as low as 6 members.
Right.
From not on the 11, but so there's 11 for the district of Sechelt, and then the region has so many allocated to them. Mm-hmm. But overall, like all members, they've been often down 6 members, and they're still down from
the full complement.
The minimum.
Right.
Yeah.
Councillor Inkster?
Yeah, I complain about the RCMP budget to the point where they made me go to, well, not at gunpoint, but they made me go to Surrey to look at their facilities to show what they spend our money on a couple of times, because I always complain about this function. We're always happy to have the protection, but it's the expense. And I know what Mr. Douglas is saying. We've funded it 2 years in a row, and the new member hasn't come, and so we taxed again 1.5 percentage points taxation, and then ended up putting in our public safety reserve. I'm assuming that's where it's gone. Yeah.
So is that correct? If we get a rebate or a refund?
Any refund or rebate goes into the...
Because it's already taxed.
Yes.
So we have it. So I don't have that fund in front of me, but what I would say to you is if we decide, and this needs some communication from us to the community based on the fact they're not giving us 12 because we're not reducing We're not paying for something we're not getting. That's the clarity that needs to be made.
Right.
Is if we don't fund it, and when I first saw this, I was, we have some issues in our community, but it's not about that. It's about them not providing the member.
Right.
Can we make a budget amendment based on the money we've put aside to fund an extra member if in fact they find one later on in the budget year? Because I just don't like taxing for things and putting it aside.
Okay.
So I would ask you through staff if we can look at that program to do a budget amendment to take money out of our public safety reserve if in fact they find a 12th member later on in the year.
And I think that, please.
So once we apply for a 12th member, we're obligated to budget for it. And they ask us every year, and we have to send a letter confirming that we are fully funding the members that are tasked for the municipality.
Okay, but Councillor Inkster's point would be, hey, we are funding 11, but we have a pot of money called a reserve, that if you find the 12th, we've got the money ready.
Right.
Yeah. Let's not.
Right, but we're utilizing,
right now,
okay, and we're utilizing a significant amount of that reserve this year for building things. So we'd have to look to see we would still have enough for that. But
right.
The obligation, and we have to sign letter saying, yes, we fund this 100%.
Right, so that
So
depends on the reserve balances and so on. Yeah. Okay, let's just, we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
But I think that, you're right, I agree, certainly, with too much taxation if we've already got the funds, Councillor McLaughlin, please. Oh, you were holding your finger.
I saw Darren had his on first.
Yeah, it's off.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yes, through the chair. I was just wondering if the other jurisdictions fund more than the minimum number of RCMP, just asking.
So I'm going to go on a limb of my memory. The other jurisdictions don't fund like we do because their population are under, like Gibson's. They don't, although the RCMP will say we need a minimum for this amount of population, Gibson's is not funding it like we are. We fund 70% of our 11 members or 12 members, where Gibson's makes a contribution to RCMP, and it's a totally different funding source because they haven't made the population of 5,000. So,
but that's a little different. I think the question was another Sechelt, does it fund the same way that we are doing it?
Oh, if you're over the 5,000 population, yes.
Yeah, I would.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
Great. Okay.
Sorry.
More than the minimum number.
No. Whatever we either are minimum or anything we've asked for on top of that, we fund, and any other municipality would do that if they have a population over 5,000. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
50%.
Well, we decide on the minimum level, so by definition, and then we have to fund.
So the RCMP has said how many members we need for the population on the coast, and Gibson's has not asked for extra staffing. Right?
Yeah.
So they contribute to the minimum.
Councillor Rowe.
Just a comment that I can't imagine that if they don't have 12 members in the budget, they're not going to be looking for a 12th member, in my mind.
Well, I agree with that but we could be, in theory, if there's enough in the reserve, saying we do have the money for 12, we're just not taxing in the current year. So please go and find the 12, and we'll pay you. But
you got to stay curious in this role, and I'm curious if that would work. In my world, the hospital doesn't go looking for more staff that they have money for, but they don't have somebody with a reserve somewhere, I suppose. I'd be curious if that could work.
Council, with this slide, can we finish this slide? We can, then the inducement is lunch is ready. So can we try and get through this slide and then we'll take a break? Please, Councillor Shepherd.
Sorry, I will take a crack at the next item, though. The proposed reduction of the transfer to affordable housing, I just don't agree with that at all. I think that's a critical transfer that we need, and given the state we're in with affordable housing, so
perhaps we could hear from staff why they're recommending this.
Well, I mean, some of this was, when we looked at it, we looked at the last things that went into the budget, right? So this was last year, one of the last things that was added to the budget, right? And so prior to that, we didn't have this, right? And so it's a direct tax implication, and it's, we'll vote 70.7% tax increase for that. So it's significant.
don't mean to criticize staff for putting it on as a suggestion, given it's quite a new item. But I mean, just for council, boy, that's one I'd sort of flagging. Thanks.
Yep. So the RCMP and this one were both they were the last big tax items in from a cost perspective, right?
Okay, Councillor Rowe?
I'm on side with Councillor Shepherd there. I'd like to see this move, but it makes total sense, actually, that it is a suggestion, because it was, I can't quickly do the math, but a lot of us are new around this table, so it kind of makes sense that this would come into question, but I want to see it move to the other column.
Or remove from this document?
Yeah, or whatever.
Yep. Councillor McLaughlin, please.
Yes, through the chair. I was discussing at Cover the Coast when they came, the idea of perhaps using zoning as a tool to help them achieve their objectives. And so the two main powers of a municipality in terms of money really are taxation and zoning. So the power of zoning, we can leverage that to actually give them a lot more than having them to go out and either use public land for things or to have to buy private land. And so I would take this off for this year and see if we can work with that approach.
Can I clarify, take this off, meaning?
Off the transfer to, I mean, keep it as don't fund that this year.
Don't, thank you.
75,000.
Yeah. All right.
And try other approaches. Thank you.
Right. Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Inkster?
Just one thought, and then just a question through you to staff, is I mean, this is one of those things we talk about as council. I ran on affordable housing.
Mm-hmm.
This can't come off the table for me. It's just goes against what I commit to, so I have to stick to my guns on those things. So I needed to stay there, but I would ask through you to staff, and things have changed over the last 25 years being in local government, and I'm wondering if there's anything we can do within our DCCs to trigger some funding for affordable housing, especially in dense areas of where we do approve multiple units.
Right.
Because some of our DCCs...
We can get the answer for, I see.
Yeah, well, some of our DCCs reflect infrastructure that's already in place, and we could probably shift some of the DCC collection to affordable housing.
Mr. Douglas is chomping at the bit. Mr. Allen, sorry, as public will see, I'm kind of avoiding the sunlight.
Thank you for the reminder. I will, in fact, turn on my video as well. Just like to answer this question, and there was an inadvertent oversight when Cover the Coast was here earlier this week, that the District of Sechelt does in fact have a community amenity contribution policy, which was adopted by previous council. We utilize it on every application where there's a density increase, be it the proposed duplex on Apple Orchard, all the way through to 6-story building for TELUS, for example. So it's not a DCC, but it's a little bit of a supplement to a DCC program, a community amenity contribution, a voluntary agreement at the time of development approvals. Mm-hmm. And so that's not to be confused for this. This is a taxation that will go across the board and a supplement to balance the two of them out. But we do in the most appropriate way we can, utilize zoning and increases in density to contribute towards affordability within the community. And it's something that we've been working on for a couple of years now and are starting slowly, but starting to build that reserve fund.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Do you have any order of magnitude? How much is in there now?
I can give you that in a couple minutes.
At lunch. Councillor Rowe,
Just
lunch
one more
is getting cold.
Well, listen, some people say, why don't you talk more? So here I am. I know you don't.
I can't relate
Director
to that
Ellington,
comment.
through the chair, Director Ellington confuse me. Fellow council.
No, you're quite
He can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the latest, the zoning bylaw 580, gave us 1,200 new opportunities for, ADUs within the district. I might be totally off. So there, that zoning, change did, improve our ability to, increase some housing opportunities. And the other thing I just want to point out is this affordable housing reserve, and Director Douglas will correct me if I'm wrong, can potentially be used for more than just purchase of needed land. Am I correct?
Sorry.
The
Please answer the
affordable
question
housing
again.
reserve, yes. What can it be used for?
It can be used for more than just if we wanted to purchase some land.
Absolutely.
Like we wanted to build capacity within an organization,
You bet.
or take part in something that came to us from BC Housing, et cetera.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Toth, sorry.
It's okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this $75,000 staying within our budget. In the last council, former Councillor Lamb actually brought this forward as a suggestion, and his points that he made at the time remain valid in that we can't just rely on the development community to solve affordable housing as well. The municipality and all of the residents need to be willing to put a little bit of money where the needs are. And so that was why he brought this forward. Yeah, big fan of it. I appreciated the question about that it can be used for funding other things, because I think that's a good point of clarity. We're not just looking to buy a piece of land with this reserve.
Okay. You got Councillor McLaughlin?
Yes, through the chair, if I could just add, it's interesting the ADUs that are possible, but also I just want to point out there's nothing to prevent those ADUs to be used for STRs as well. So it's not a given that they're going to be used for long-term housing for people. And also, I also think that we can help, public housing groups like Cover the Coast identify private lands that are in appropriate areas to do some more planning to create complete communities and help ensure that they build and develop in areas that have the support to allow people to not necessarily have cars or have to drive to get groceries or whatever. I mean, we have a lot of work, I think, to do to create complete communities. Okay. And so I think helping them do this really is almost part of our regular jobs anyway. And so to have funding put aside by the taxpayers when we're trying to look for some money and not charge them an extra 0.5% or whatever of taxes is a serious consideration at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay. And the others are deferrals.
So so Deputy Corporate Officer, we could have some savings if we just delay the hire. Right. And although your sheets say something different, that's my mistake. Planning, the long-range planner, delay the hiring for a couple months, we'd save $30,000.
So
probably more than 2 months.
There's implicit in there, yeah.
They're just 2 delays in hiring.
Right.
Would save us a little bit of funds.
It's a way to save, well, and probably it's more, is it that you're delaying or it's just not realistic to get somebody in?
No, we're just delaying.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So,
that's fine.
Yeah.
Yep. It's not purposeful delay.
Yeah.
Just like hiring the bylaw officer in
July.
June.
July.
The,
Right, please.
so this is, always a budgetary discussion when you hire. Couldn't hear me? You know, when to hire in the year in order to reduce the amount of taxation, but then we know the next year it's a full position at that point.
Right.
Within the budget. And staff has to make this decision. My question always is, I'm assuming that administration has asked the direct reporting staff to these additional positions whether the number of month delays affects their work schedule.
I think we can assume that, yeah.
We can assume that
Yeah.
the discussion has occurred and it will work. Okay. It will work?
I would, yes.
Okay.
It will. I would take the one thing that comes out of this, there's several references to the short-term rental revenue, the bylaw enforcement, the software, and a half-time bylaw. I don't think it's fair to see the balance of that STR revenue go into general taxation. You know, that.
I thought it was gonna be revenue neutral.
So that's a discussion for us to have. But we'll do that after we take how long do we get?
12:45 is.
Okay.
Works.
We'll recess until 12:45. Gives us 43 minutes to have lunch. Thank you, everyone. Lunch is upstairs. Ready for us to go, Pam? Can we begin? Okay with you if we start? Thank you. Okay, are we live? Oh, there you. Okay, we'll reconvene the committee of the whole meeting at 12:48 and revert to Mr. Douglas, please.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen again for a minute. Okay, so we're left off at this slide here. So with all those increases to revenues, added expenses, looking at some other reductions potentially, we're looking at an operational increase at this point then at 2.4%. Okay. So then I'm diverting from the report for a few minutes here, and this is just a list of the operational requests that have a funding source other than taxation. Okay, and so these are still, we put them in a priority order. These are still things we want to pursue, but funded from reserves.
So, any questions, council? This is a whole lot of detail. We'll take a second to go through it, just to look down the list, see if anything jumps out at you. Please.
To the chair, these, item 4, the bear-proof garbage bins, is that the request from, residents, I think in Sandy Hook for,
Remember emails about that?
yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
not only Sandy Hook, but through the chair, other areas that are close to the bush. You know, like if there's like a bear downtown or something, our intention is not to give bear-proof bins to like areas that are not really close to the bush area, right? It's to try and not even invite them that far. So we would put them along like tree lines, residences that have tree lines. And
please, yeah.
Sorry. One other item, item 6, the body-worn cameras for the RCMP, are those mandated? Are those legally?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I mean, that's me saying it from the media coverage. It's a hot topic everywhere, but there's no mandate as such, to my knowledge. Yep. Looking to make sure I'm not getting ahead of myself. No?
You're right, yep.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
You bet.
I have one for you in item 2. Given, I know our phone system is old and decrepit, but would we be better to use COVID restart monies for our microphones in this room?
So that's coming up.
Sorry.
And that is the funding source.
Yeah. For the microphones?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, folks, on that page? Oops. There's your vehicle barriers at the detachment entry for somebody as well.
Item 13, it says grants and contributions, like, are they, is that a grant we've applied for, and we
Yes.
just don't know yet?
Yes.
What it is? Okay.
Yes. So if we don't get the grant on that one, that would die at this point.
Okay.
Right. So that is contingent. Okay. All right. I guess, I don't see any other questions on that page. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the capping, yes.
Yeah, the capping we could talk about after we're through this year's budget and bring a report through and, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think that's, yeah. Okay, so.
Okay.
Okay, now it's in, whoops. Sorry, can you go, was that 2 pages that we?
Nope, just one.
Oh, it was, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a couple of items that we haven't talked too much about. So one is EV stations, and this kind of came about because we have, I think one of these is broken up front here, and the parts are almost impossible to get. We also don't have a local provider to service them, just because they're old. They're not kind of a current line, and so this has come up as an idea to replace those 2 out front and put 2 in the back. We have available to get about a 50% grant for those. And then the remainder can come from the gas tax, if then we do have the funds to cover that from gas tax. Staff would like to see them charged, meaning be chargeable as revenue. Almost all the ones in this area and up at the other mall are now be charged to get a charge.
Not almost all, but some, yes.
Yes. So, you know, the cost to service these are more when we put them in for free, I don't think anybody realized what the cost to service them are, and it's not cheap. It's annual, it's ongoing. And so, you know, we're looking at this more for maintenance money than anything else. So that's the line 2. And then line 3 is one I handed out earlier as a business case. We've all been living this. You know, this is just an example. The municipality uses everything to the last minute. And these microphones are at their end of life.
Okay, I'm sorry, I let you go on to that. I think you were going to talk about EV-related stuff.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to come back to the EV stations because the fast charger in the mall parking lot is charged. Like it is a pay-for-use item. I'm not aware of any level 2 chargers on the coast that you actually have to pay to use. I drive an electric car. I charge at home because I have my own level 2 charger. And when I also administered the one at the mall as part of my duties there. And when that charger was reaching end of life, we realized that a big component of the cost of the electric charging stations from ChargePoint is the software subscription that you pay every year to access telemetry and the ability to bill and things like that. And we took a bit of a change over at the mall in that we went for just a basic unplug it and plug your car in charger. And right there, that actually saved us $2,000 a year in software costs. So I wonder if there's an opportunity to look at just doing a more basic charger system, or conversely, if we're actually using the data that we get for what we're paying ChargePoint for. So I don't know if staff know that offhand.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Okay, but somebody does, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, so the issue with ChargePoint right now, through the chair, is that in order to get servicing for these units, you have to go through an intermediary company, so you can't go straight to the provider. And the closest service provider is in Burnaby. So what they do is they'll accumulate tickets, and they won't put us in the same priority. Now, there's an alternative, which is Flow, that is able to be serviced by a local electrical company. And so what the eventual strategy would be is to move from ChargePoint to Flow so we can get more timely responses to when these go down. So that's one of the drivers for this. And in terms of the revenue side, I would say that we could charge a nominal fee that's lower than the other ones. We have the ability to set those ourselves if we want to. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to leave it alone for right now because it's hard to get lower than free, but that's just my own experiences on the coast.
Right. So,
leave it alone, Darren.
Yeah. Okay. For the record, the worst thing I ever did was park in front of the level 2 charger when it was first installed. Everybody thought the then mayor was doing it so he could charge his car, but I couldn't even plug in. But that's ancient history.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
That was
all right.
scuttlebutt.
We'll move on. Thank you.
But, ancient history.
Yeah.
I'm assuming there'll be a little bit of discussion. If we upgrade things and, we do look at some revenue, will we be talking about, like, do the units have to be right up? I mean, people who drive electric cars, you'll like this. They're not handicapped. Do they have to be right close to the building?
It's a judgment. Yes.
Okay.
Well, you need to be close to power supply.
Yeah.
So, for example, the fast charger across the street
Yeah.
is because the power was there. It's obviously not right beside the mall.
Yeah.
You know, but
and
so it's more of that. So, but I think the substantive thing for this is, are we going to upgrade to the modern hardware with the Flow group, which can be supported locally? That's the big thing. Whether or not we charge, I think, is outside for now, given the numbers involved. Let's have a look at that. I am more with Councillor Toth that the time involved to process the revenue may not be worth the effort, but that's not for today, I'd suggest.
So if we don't go with the charge ones, the EV station number would come down overall. Yeah. Like
right.
I think they're between 7,000 and 8,000 if you don't charge for them. But when you charge for them, they have added components, which bumps the price of them.
Oh, okay. I charge at home. Okay, great. Any other questions on this?
This will be the, I think, third or fourth iteration of microphones in the last 20 years.
So now we're talking about the microphones, yes?
Yeah, well, we were there too as well, and then I think Elton went back, but, so it's interesting. This will be the third or fourth iteration of microphones in 20 years.
We use them a lot.
Yep.
Councilman
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just a question through the chair on the microphones. Would it be possible just to use our laptops audio instead of microphones?
No. It would go on internet, but you wouldn't get it over the sound system and all the feedback and all that. It wouldn't work. This one we would, if we have the company coming in to do the AV work at the end of March, and if we were able to decide on this one early, we could probably get the microphones at the same time. So otherwise, they'd be pushed later.
Okay. Anything else, folks? A lot of money, but if we're going to continue with the hybrid model, it's important to have functioning technology.
Absolutely. Okay, then a little bit. Okay, so now we're on to sewer. So we're leaving general operating fund information and moving on to the sewer operating information. So once again, I am starting with what the current deficit was there. It was $96,753. That would have been a 3.7% user fee increase. Additional operating requests, 240,000, pardon me, which would be another 9% on top of that on the user fees. So we were talking, originally around a 12.7% increase to user fees. But once again, I've gone through the sewer general ledger and able to identify $60,000 that would be available to cover some of these expenses. So we'd be looking at a deficit $276,000, but with a 10.4% increase in user fees, we'd be able to cover that off.
Please, Councillor Inkster.
Just, I'm assuming these sewer operations includes the wastewater center as well. That's what the operations doesn't mean, just the pipes. Just a reminder when we retire the debt, because I've asked this question before.
2 more years.
So February of 25?
I believe that's right.
Is that when, we're sure?
It's 2025.
Well, I can't give you the February date as for sure, but there's one payment in 2025.
One payment, interesting.
Right.
Because
we're looking it up right now.
Oh, you are? Great. Because will speak to a wider discussion about the room within that function to do some of the things we need to do once we're not taxing for that debt.
Yes.
Right?
I can agree with that.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Because there's this year, and we look at these, and it's very clearly laid out on our tax notices what this money's for, but the bottom line is an increase, right?
The bottom line.
Yeah, the bottom line is an increase, because I know that Elton was talking about this before, about percentage.
Councillor Toth.
Councillor Toth. Yeah, okay. We were just upstairs. I called him Elton. So, yeah, Councillor Toth was talking about it. So I'm always looking at the final figures, right? So I'm glad that we may have, and that's hopefully a discussion we have going forward, is how we're going to budget out with the debt removed. So, anyway.
Right. Well, we certainly will have that discussion, whether it means there's a saving for us, really, because that surplus, and presumably it'll be more useful for to start building a reserve up to a cap for a future use. Mr. Dodd, please.
I can guarantee June 2025 is the last payment for the WRC.
Oh, okay. That's almost 2.5 years.
Almost just over 2 years. Mr. Douglas, please. Okay. Anything else, folks? So you pick up, this would be if we agree to this, it would be a 10% increase in the sewer user fee.
Yes.
Which, do you happen to know how much that would be in dollars?
Well, it would cover the 276.
I understood, but no, per user.
Oh, yep, it's coming up.
Oh.
You bet. We have tax examples ready for you.
You're just leading the witness, please.
You said 64, though?
Yeah. Carry on.
Okay. And just a reminder what the 240 was. These are, operational needs from the sewer system.
Can you remind us the environmental impact? Does that relate to the community at large? Or, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank right now, but.
Yeah, through the chair. So the environmental impact study is a contingency amount related to our outfall and any work we have to do around the outfall, and if we adjust our regulatory requirements to deal with the fractional exceedances that we have once in a while. So it's a contingency amount that may or may not be spent, but it's better to have it identified in case we do need it. Thank you.
So then that would go into some kind of a reserve fund? we have to tax for it, or charge for it, I should say, to build up the reserve to fund that impact study.
Yeah, if in the end it's not required for that purpose, it would be moved to reserve, yeah.
Yes, if it's not used.
Yeah.
Where does the reclaimed water come into? I got two parts, but first of all, I unless you got the next slide saying it, what are your recommendations regarding reclaimed water and using that?
Thanks again for the question, through Chair. So the reclaimed water feasibility study we provided as a for information item a few meetings ago. What that revealed is that there's no real front runner in terms of a feasible option. There were some options that were explored, but they have quite high capital costs associated with them. So there's nothing earmarked going forward for reclaimed water. The report stands as it is. We will work with any direction we get from council on what they wish to explore in detail, but that's where it stands right now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. On that point?
Thank you. On that particular point, recognizing that we have had scheduling challenges with the Sewer Facilities Commission, is it intended that if we can get a meeting date set for that, would that report be going to them for some conversation and dialogue?
Yeah. I think that's a yes. I mean, everybody clear what Councillor Toth is referencing? Yeah. Okay, cool.
It might change next month, might change in the next month.
Yeah. The other question I had for you, Mr. Dillon, you mentioned temporary exceedances, I think were the words you used for the outfall. Right. Those are when we are in excess of the 3750 capacity for the outfall?
Yeah, I think the term I used was fractional exceedances, and what happens is when we are sometimes we have issues with the filters. We run it in bypass mode, and we get very good treatment without the filters. We're usually below our 1010 threshold, but sometimes we'll see exceedances of 11 total suspended solids or BOD or 12. I've never personally seen one above 13, so that's what I mean, like marginally. This is still very, very good water quality, but that's what I mean by that is once in a while we do exceed our 1010.
Does that create any regulatory issues?
It hasn't for us, but we have to report it to the province, and they haven't. I think in terms of regulatory compliance, the biggest thing they had an issue with was the lack of a level 4 operator, which we have addressed through hiring recently. So it's something long term that we're as staff trying to look at options on how to avoid that, and we're hoping to come forward to council with a more detailed plan of how we intend to address that long term for council consideration at a committee of the whole. But to date, the province hasn't pushed too hard on those minor exceedances.
We have reported that.
Yes. Yes, we have. We're required to.
Yes, so as long as we've done that, because that's getting more trouble for not reporting than probably reporting a short-term overage. Yeah. Please.
Yeah, I guess this is one case where we wish we were on the Strait of Juan de Fuca or in Howe Sound when there's these issues. But the 200,000 that we've mentioned a couple of times, I just like to see more information on it. I have an issue with it, right? You've talked about basically nothing coming out of the system, and yet we're putting $200,000 aside to confirm that. We know when it leaves the system, it should be going out front with nothing in it. So unless it's regulatory, and Kern's, Mr. Dillon saying that it's regulatory and it's directly connected to continuation of that pipe or an extension, even though we have no other choice.
Right.
Why are we doing it? Unless it's regulatory is what I'm just based on the fact that we shouldn't be putting much out there at all. Even years ago, when we had the older system, it was minimal.
Okay, there's a bunch in that, but
Yeah.
I'll hazard, I think the impact is to verify if we are gonna continue to put it out there, that the outfall is adequate. You better quickly jump in and help me, 'cause please. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, yeah, it would be for any, extension work that we require to the outfall. If we want to look at a strategy where through the, municipal wastewater regulation, we, look at the different, criteria at 25-25, whether this would be required in support of that. But, what I'm seeing here is that perhaps we need to defer this item, come back to council as a committee of the whole, explain everything, because it's quite complex, this issue. And then if need be, there could be an opportunity to reinstate this in the future. Is that something possible?
Yeah, we'll let Councillor Toth jump in.
Thank you. And thank you. And just something for us to consider is that if this is something that may or may not be required in the future, we don't yet know when we might require it. So I'm wondering, sort of among us, if we can fund it half this year and half next year. And if we fund it half this year and we don't need it, that's $100,000 to reserves. But if we do need it, we're, funding the other half next year.
Okay.
So just a thought for us to help spread that increase out a little bit.
Right. Great, thank you for the observation. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Does that work for you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna talk on the other side of that. I'm actually okay with this as long as we're able to explain what we will be using it for, whether it's literally an environmental impact study or a precursor to putting the outfall fluid, if I can use that term, somewhere else, which is essentially reclaimed water. We don't need to improve the outfall if we're putting the water somewhere else. We wouldn't need an environmental impact study in that case, but we would need money for what we're doing with reclaim. So it is a big topic, but I think it's worth doing personally. So, the other thing is certainly, folks, I'm no way am I in favor of 25-25. For those who don't know, that's a measure of the solids and the biological count, if you will, of the treatment. And the higher number is less clean. And I think part of our funding was based on it being the finest quality in Canada, and I certainly want to see us continue with that. So, is that clear as mud? Speaking of BODs and TSSs?
Yeah, I think that if you divert that any other way, anywhere, you would have to do some form of course, of impact.
Yeah.
So I'm more a fan to have it and than not to have it.
I take that point. Okay, what's next? Yes.
What did Mr. Douglas say? I wasn't clear. Have what?
He'd rather
Have the
have the
funds
200
available.
in his genes than have half of it. And then hopefully get the next half next year.
Like anytime we're about to embark on a couple different projects with the outfall. One is to reweight it and then look at what the condition is after reweighting and how much longer we have it as a useful life. And once you start working there, you're going to have to do it. There's a high chance you're going to have to do an impact study. It's not.
Well, that'll be the cheapest part if we have to extend it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the answer to your question, what does he have? He'd rather have 200,000 in his pocket.
In reserves. Sorry, in my pocket.
In his reserves pocket. Okay.
Well, I hope,
That's the answer to your question. Have you got
it is, because I couldn't, it wasn't clear to me, but now it is. Will we hear something from Mr. Dillon on the issue, coming forward? He suggested he would, and, to give us more information on that, because, I just really have issues with funding something that we may come up with the fact that we don't need, that based on the proposal of the sewage treatment plant and the work that it's been doing, we will not see an environmental change in the waters out front of the outfall.
Okay.
An effect. Right?
Okay,
So,
I think for now, Mr. Dillon's offering, and I think it's a good idea to have a fulsome briefing, and consider the options that we may not deal with completely this year, but we got to have a global plan.
And if I may comment through the chair, I'm not so sure that's going to make the timeline I need for the budget.
Okay, well, you know where I stand on that, so if everybody can live with.
So I think like the two best options would be spread it over 2 years or do the whole thing.
Right, and you'd be in favor of the latter.
Either one would be.
Oh, don't.
You know what I mean? Either one would be adequate, because Mr. Dillon has said that would be adequate. However, if we're called upon to do an environmental study, we're going down that road. It's not up to us.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
If I may, it's February, we're all almost halfway through the year. I think these requests came in, quite a time ago. So spreading it, half this year, half next year, I think given the timelines of where we're at now, is doable for us. Thank you.
Okay. I like that.
Is it? Do you agree or disagree?
I agree with the spreading.
Okay, so is there anything else about this?
Just the report. I guess it will contain some.
The report will come in
the report.
The next couple of months.
Thanks for whenever you can do it. I'm okay with that, because I need more information on these things. But will it contain information about the organic material out front of the outfall? Will we get information on that? Will that be what it will contain?
Let's let them come back with what they will do.
Okay.
In terms of what I'm hearing, looking at nodding heads, people are generally in favor of half this year, half next year.
Okay, there's the money side. I just want to make sure we're doing
which is what we're talking about today. So,
okay.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Through the chair. If it's possible to do half this year and half next year, it doesn't seem that urgent. I mean, in that case, why can't we just put it to next year? And, it's a lot of money for taxpayers, and I'm not convinced we need it right now. And is there also perhaps an emergency fund we could resort to if we do find we need it this year or 2023? Thank you.
Thank you. Have a go at that?
I would have to look at the
not sure we have
options around having extra funds.
Yeah. So how do you wish to proceed? I'm looking at this point.
I'll try and get that information in a few moments here.
I see. Oh, it's impressive.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's hold that for a moment. In the interest of time, shall we move on to other stuff and come back to that? Please.
Yeah, I got to share my screen again. Okay, so that's that list. I can move on from that list. Okay, then we're on to the septage operations. Your current deficit we showed was zero. We're looking for additional operating requests of $100,000. We've identified about $30,000 of surplus that we can bring from 2022 to 2023. So for total deficit, $70,000. We noted that our fees increased last year just by usage by about $50,000 over budget. So if we what council's done in the past is if we increase user fees for sewer, we also increase septage fees for the same rate. So between increasing fees by, in this case, 10.4%, and the additional revenue that we think we're going to get, that would cover the $70,000.
I'm just, yes, I'm going to do two things. It's a challenge, Councillor Bell.
To the chair, this is certainly the one, and I don't know if this is the time to talk about it, but for flagging this one in terms of the concern around the kind of money that we're going to be looking at to sustain this. And we've talked a lot about what's ahead of us in terms of big numbers. I just want to put it out there right now. I don't know whether there's a percentage that we can look at, but I just want to flag it. Just to keep it in mind, do we need to put some money away into this area for future?
Okay, yeah.
So the $100,000
More.
is for, in this case here, the details for the land that we may need to buy or purchase down the road. And if we don't need to buy land, it'll go into the capital expenditure. So it's just kind of a number to start saving for that day.
If I may, putting it another way, you're not proposing to spend that $100,000. It's to tax now, so we have funds to address some of what I think your concerns are, Councillor Bell.
Good.
Could we just go back to that for a second, please? Whoops. So, okay, so I wasn't, the 10.4 is the percentage from the sewer operations.
Yep.
Which is frankly neither here nor there.
No, but the previous council said, okay, whatever we're going to up user fees, then we're going to up the user fees at the septage site as well.
By the same amount?
Same percentage, sorry.
Okay, interesting, not particularly.
Well, it's a user fee, right? You're dumping your septage there, and really when you're putting into the pipes, you're sending it off too there. There's just a...
Right. But
it was just the strategy the previous council used.
Okay, that's good to know. The other thing is, in your budget for septage, are you including the septage division, if we will, paying a user fee to the sewage for the volume put into the Water Resource Center?
Yes.
Good, great,
yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I think I wasn't there, of course, but we know why they did that. It would be a rationale to the public and or those users to say, look, everyone else is paying this much, so we're going to increase yours by that much. But the question always then is, our infrastructure affected inordinately at that racetrack, we call it, compared to the sewage treatment plant? Probably more affected, and we got some long-term funding issues as to why we need to look at that fee again, right? And also, I'm glad that you asked if, in fact, they pay back to the sewage treatment plant for that septage issue, because that covers that. Right. Theoretically, should cover that cost, but it may be something that, as a category, is underfunded through user fees.
The septage may be underfunded, yes.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's part of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks for indulging me. So we're just waiting for
Okay.
Great.
So the
Next slide.
sewer fund has a surplus of about $1 million from previous years sitting there. So if you had to, I don't classify environmental study as an emergency. However, especially when we know it might come, but those funds could be utilized from there.
Yes, although this is both, anyways, for now, let's not get into the esoterics of that.
Absolutely.
We got 100,000, I think, is generally where council is, 100,000, and then your reserves might be a backup or backstop for that.
Yep.
Or not.
Well, I mean, the interesting part about what Mr. Douglas said is that how much through that fund that has a surplus in it are we collecting annually that's contributing to the surplus? Is it an annual amount that ends up going into the surplus? Because if in fact it is, and we are uncomfortable with taking potentially $200,000, it could be replenished while we're going through all the reports and ramifications just based on its annual replenishment. So it's just it's probably a discussion to be had as to just to keep that tax bill to the public lower.
Well, okay, that's my opening to go on my fundamental concern in everything we're doing with taxation. And that is that we're not taxing enough to cover replacement of our assets. I don't care whether we're talking roads or sewer or anything else. So the fact we have $1 million in the sewer operations reserve fund is good because it will help us when we inevitably need to do something to replace the structural stuff within the Water Resource Center, for example. So I'm pleased to see a bit of a reserve that's been created through taxation on that category that's better than what we're doing elsewhere. So I don't think the $1 million is even close to enough myself.
Our reserve, our surplus in general is low, and our reserve in sewer is okay, but it's still probably a little low. And, just through some of the, natural catastrophes that are happening, like the atmospheric river, we came very close to having to use surplus at that time. We had, some road exposure and other things that potentially we needed to spend it on. So, to me, anything you accumulate in surplus is for that problem, not to lower tax. I don't think our goal here, or our overall goal, is to underfund things within a district. We need to be financially responsible, 100%. But that doesn't mean we should be knowingly underfunding or undertaxing the public.
So I do agree with what you just said, and it does also go to Councillor Inkster's point of, okay, when is enough enough? I think what you and I are saying is we've got a long way to go to reach that top limit, but we should still...
Yeah, like financial responsibility isn't only low taxes. It's also looking after business properly, right? So it's that fine balance. And, I'm not somebody who's promoting high taxes, but we have to be financially responsible both ways, not one way.
So I think during the course of this year, your idea, I think, makes a lot of sense, that we should look and say, hey, how much should we have? And if we're capped out, let's stop taxing. My unfortunate expectation is we won't see any where we're already fully funded. But let's find out. The reserve, we won't find any pots where the reserves are adequate. We won't be at the top of fully funding any of those reserves. But hey, if I'm wrong, great. It's a win. We'll find out then.
Staff just has, it's a tough decision, but tough report, but that's sort of part of Mr. Douglas's, I think, his role is to come back to us and say, it's just what he does, to say, this is what we need.
And he will do that.
And he will, This is what we need, and this is where we probably we can cap that, and we're okay for 3 years.
Right.
Right, and then we can recollect.
Yep. Cool. Great. Okay. Want to share your screen again?
I will. Okay. Okay, so we're done with this slide then?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. And this one?
Yeah, so that's...
Okay, so then, always like to show how this, any taxation increases affect a representative house in the District of Sechelt. And so I've got 2022 and proposed 2023 sitting there. Using the numbers we've kind of reviewed today. The 5.4 is the 2.4 plus the 3% for capital. And so the increase in taxation there is just over $100 to this average property. Garbage fee going from 243 to 270, that's 11% increase. Sewer parcel tax, we're not looking at increasing that at all. And sewer user fees coming through, 10.4% increase. It's about $60, just over 60. So overall, it would be a 6.4% increase to this property, which is just under $200.
Just to make sure everybody, and I don't want to call anybody out, sewer parcel tax and sewer user fees. What's the logic for not increasing parcel tax?
Originally, the parcel tax was set to cover majority of the debt on the WRC, and so the user fees is to cover operating expenses, basically.
Right.
So if the operating expenses go up, then we usually just increase the user fees, because the debt costs have not changed.
I agree, but the parcel tax is not just to pay the debt, but to build some...
Yep, absolutely.
So...
Yep.
At least
you're right, it's not only for that purpose.
Right.
But it's to put money aside and all that.
Yeah.
However, right now, cost escalations are operating at this point. We haven't, we're not totally addressing our asset deficit here with, right?
Right. So why zero if we're not completely covering our...
Well, we can start to do that if we wish to do that. We've been, once again, just, covering lifts and operating, not taking big stabs at covering our, our infrastructure deficit numbers. At this point, we know that in 2 years the debt will be gone, and that those funds can go towards, addressing the infrastructure deficit from a funding source, funding perspective.
Okay, Councillor Inkster.
So this is one, because you're asking the question about, I guess you were referencing parcel taxes and why it has to stay steady. This is one where if staff came to us with a 10-year plan, 5-year plan, let's say, because 10's a long, you never know what's going to happen in 7 years, but a 5-year plan, and said, this is what we need to do. The Wakefield lift station was an example of a predicted failure, is from what I was assuming. It was clear. But if they came to us with a plan that said, this is what this is going to be needed for, this is what this is going to be needed for, then we could start to look at the parcel tax as an example of collecting for that plan.
Right.
And maybe there is a plan there, and maybe I just haven't been on council long enough this term to see it. But until I see that plan, just like the 3% that we are collecting to deal with unforeseen but predictable infrastructure decline, that's where I can start saying, okay, we need to budget this amount, we need to budget this amount, we need to budget this amount. And we need, staff will then come to us and say, 2 years ago, you committed to this plan. This is what we need to increase it to.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is some sort of rough plan.
Typically, our, asset management planning, which starting, would be able to give us that information, but we're not that far along in that yet.
But
it's coming. We're working on it.
And in the absence of that, we should not assume that it's zero. We should.
Absolutely.
I think this is just a poor signal to say, oh, well, we're not going to increase it just because we're covering the operating costs. It's just not prudent. We know we're going to need more money.
Yep.
So, I mean,
I support that, but I'm also hearing the level of taxes is already too high. So this would increase that, right?
So I had asked you the logic for zero, and I think then the answer is, well, you were concerned about affordability rather than what the sewer system might need in the way of funding.
Yeah, it's a balance. And knowing that we're going to get almost $1 million in 2.5 years towards capital is also a known.
Okay, Councillor McLaughlin.
Hi, yes, through the chair. This is a very useful chart, and I guess it's public now, but I was just wondering if you could maybe tell us where you got house value, and if maybe we should define that a little better so that the public understands, because it's, there's house value for any given house could be anything. But if it's
the question is
assessed value, or what is it? Yeah.
So this is a average value home in the district of Sechelt. So I think the last meeting or the meeting before, I gave you a spreadsheet that showed a representative house for 2022. Remember that?
Yeah.
Well, was that assessed value?
So that was the 2022 assessed value that I took off the bat.
Yes.
And the average increase this year was 14%. So I added 14% to that average valued home, to come up with a representative house, because I don't know what it is yet today. Like, when I get the final report, we'll be able to figure that out. But if BC Assessment is telling me that the non-market increase was 14%, then it makes logic that you take last year's average assessment, add the 14%, and then do your tax calculation.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Assessed values lag by at least 6 months.
So the question
but that's irrelevant, because that's what we're dealing with, 14%. That's what I'm going to get to tax. The home, that was $920 last year, that's what I get to charge this year. It's irrelevant.
Right.
What today's value is.
I'm just saying, note that that's a certain year's assessed value, so that people know when they think about their house and how this is applying grass.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, yes, let's leave it there. What matters is we're proposing an increase in municipal, on this slide, regardless of your house value, your municipal taxes will go up by 5.4%. Municipal taxes.
Correct.
And if you've got I dare say, a $3 million house, somebody's fond of picking, that your increase will still be 5.4%, on a much higher base.
Yeah, and I'm going to say yes, but if that house that was, say, this valued at $3 million last year, and now it went up greater than the 14%, it's going to be more than the 5.4.
Let me, whatever that person paid last year, they will pay in municipal taxes based on our work so far. They would pay 5.4%, regardless of pretty much where the value goes.
Correct.
Of their home. And then the other items don't change. So the person in a $1 million house or the person in a $3 million house pays the same user fee, parcel tax, and sewer user fee.
Correct.
If they're connected to sewer.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. Next slide.
So I put this slide in here just to show you where I got the 14% from. And it's the second column from the side. I don't think my cursor shows up on the screen. But the column says percentage change due to market. I mean, you just go down about 8 lines and it says 14.9%. That's where it comes from. That comes from BC Assessment. So this isn't the final report I'll get from BC Assessment. So once I get the final one, I'll reproduce this for council.
Got to go to my filings.
Yes.
Okay.
So this essentially takes me through that report that we sent out. Thank you.
Great. Of course.
course. So we saw the final figure presented there at the end, 5.4, is that what we're looking at? Right, so 5.4 is our change.
Yes.
So if we, because I'm happier with 5 than what I'd heard previously, and you always start way up here, and it's almost like we're scaring people first, but, if it gets out in the public, but, and then we come in later, right?
So, yeah, so.
As that, it would be interesting to see how we communicate these things to the public, because it will make it easier for this council going forward. Like if you yourself, because you do the tax message, it's your tax message, is if we talk about the cost per household per month and things like that. Look at different ways of presenting it to the public, because percentages sometimes,
Yes.
5's not bad, but going forward.
I think several of us have said that for years. That
Yeah.
what matters is percentages can be emotional, but if you know actually it's going to be 100 going to $105, that's
Or $13 a month or something like that,
yeah.
yeah. Because people, their
So the
wages
commu-
have increased more than $13 a month over the last couple of years in a lot of cases, so they can look at their budget. I'm just, just how we communicate this.
great. Okay. So, lots of data. Any overall comments, any concerns? I think my understanding is that staff would appreciate some motions from us. But I want to give you a chance to make sure you express your, as I say, concerns or identify questions.
So one of the things I'm planning to do today, that I heard some pushback on the affordable housing. So if we were to take that out of my reductions list, your increase for operations would be 3.03%, plus then 3% for capital. So you'd be looking at 6.03%. So just from the discussion, it was obvious that people were passionate about keeping that going. So to keep that going, you'd be at 6.03%.
Okay, we just talked about the percentages can be emotional. So let's just, so you're saying though that, okay, the numbers we've been looking at don't include adding, taxing for another 75,000.
Correct.
Yeah. Is there anything else people would like to see modified or added to? Go ahead, please. This is an important time, folks. This sets our course for much of the rest of the year, so you don't get to come back in September saying, gosh, I wish I'd brought it up in February.
I note, there are a number of items from the initial list that have been dropped as part of this presentation. And the OCP update and the DCC bylaw update are two that are no longer on the list with today's presentation. I know that the OCP update was already partially funded, and so it was just looking for a top-up amount, if I read the chart and remember correctly. I just don't know, I guess at this table, $300,000 for the DCC bylaw update is a lot of money to fund from taxation. But is that something that is important for us this year? Or is that something that we might be able to look at a combination of funding sources or something? I think it's important, and I'd like to know what other members, how other members feel.
Thank you. That's exactly the sort of thing that this conversation has to deal with.
Just to back that up, I think the OCP update is something a lot of us talked about before the election, and we'll probably want to talk about in terms of strategy. So if we want the funding for it, then I think it's got to be in the budget. And the DCC bylaw, I agree. If there's any way we can take a look at finding other funding sources, that I think that'll be really helpful. But as a item, sort of a critical item, I think it has to be in the bucket. We just have to update our ability to raise funds from the new development coming forward.
Okay, can we use DCCs to do a DCC update?
No.
I know the answer.
DCCs are only to upgrade assets.
Unfortunately, I knew the answer, but it's just too good a question.
Sorry.
It's also kind of bizarre, but there we go. Councillor Rowe, were you looking to?
Clarification, the OCP update, is $100,000 the lift, or was it 50 that we already had and we're looking for 50? I thought it was 50 and 50, but.
Director Allen would like to.
It is 50.
Inform us.
Sorry?
50 and 50, yeah.
So out of this budget, we're looking for 50.
Yes.
And a bit off topic, but maybe not. Do we have any direction around the funding that might come our way through, what's his name? EB's announcement a couple weeks ago, and what that might be used for?
So we haven't, other than that one letter, we haven't had any other information come forward, but they said in March, that's when they'll kind of come out with a little more information on it. I can't remember what the letter exactly said, but it was, towards infrastructure, and I don't know what else was on that list.
I think it was renewal, and we're not going to be able to, I don't know.
We should
a user fee for something.
Yeah, like if we get that information, let's say in the middle of March, that should give us enough time to get back to council and talk about that money for the 2023. Mm-hmm. However, right now we just kind of got to go knowing it's coming.
And I think that's an important message. We should be making these decisions on what's best for the district. And then if we find we get a bonus funding, oh great, lucky us, lucky everyone. But let's really make sure we set the plan for the best of the district. Mm-hmm. Yes, Councillor Bell, please.
To the council, just what I'd like is just some, if you could say, okay, this is an OCP update. How does it limit us if we don't do it, and how does it benefit us? If you could just so in other words, if we said yes to this, how would it benefit us this year if we said another 50,000 to the OCP update? Just in layman's terms, what would that look like? And if we don't do it, how will it limit us?
Okay,
so just highlight.
If we approve another 50, I believe it would allow staff and everybody to complete the OCP update.
Yeah, so I want a little more detail in that. So in other words, it would help us with.
Well, okay, Director Allen, what's the benefit of doing an OCP update in 13 words or less? No,
it's okay. Thank you. Through the chair. I think the benefit is the OCP is about 11 or 12 years old. It's beyond average age, but it's not antiquated by any means. There's lots of areas for improvement. So I don't see it as a blowing up, forgetting that we have one and starting from scratch. But I think that we need to take some of our issues and modernize our policies on density in the downtown core, our growth management area. There's certain areas, Sandy Hook Trail, for example, that's contained within the urban containment boundary. I think the urban containment boundary was just drawn on zones without really looking at locations. The population data is out of date. The development permit areas for geotechnical and natural hazardous areas, as well as our commercial and multi-units, are complex and confusing and need to be reorganized and rewritten. So the initial budget the budget we have right now And even the $100,000 top-up was the anticipation for this year. I would caution, we've done some research. Other municipalities are budgeting upwards of $250,000 for an OCP review to hire a consultant. Now, that may be a consultant saying, here, take everything, the whole thing, come back. If we try and merge a little bit and we do the engagement and they do the policy, or vice versa, there's opportunity for savings. But I do not have a firm solicited quote that says it'll be $100,000. We're just trying to bridge what might be this year.
So, and I'll add to my 2 bits worth. To me, this is an opportunity for us as council to bring some energy into the discussion of what do we want Sechelt to look like going forward. So I think it's quite important. I mean, there's a mechanical or professional side to it, but there's also just the vision side of, hey, what is Sechelt? You know, what do we want it to be? And that's what the OCP will help us deliver. Great. Councillor McLaughlin, please.
On that point, any kind of OCP review, I believe is, you know,
me,
there's
please.
legislation that, yeah, well, I don't have to
No.
look at you the whole time I
Yeah.
talk about anything.
Yes,
No, I
please.
don't. And so the OCP legislation dictates, you know, what the framework is to develop an OCP, right? And so as I understand it, it's a community-based document, and there is a requirement for a lot of community involvement early on.
Yes.
And so I don't really see any plan for doing that. So that's what sort of makes me nervous, is that I think if we're going to do any kind of OCP review, the first thing we should be doing is
There will be
going to
public
the
input.
community.
Of course there will.
Yeah,
That is
well,
part
I
of-
haven't seen any indication of that, because we've hired,
This is a budget item right now.
yeah, but it's a budget
So-
item that I think actually, in terms of that, we could start with this year and, you know, have our own planning department start with that, with the community, which
So-
doesn't really
So
require
you're getting beyond the
money
budget
beyond-
issue.
Yeah,
So-
no, that's the issue, is I don't think this budget item is warranted at this time, for those reasons.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Inkster.
Yeah, I mean, if we keep talking about this, and Director Allen was correct. It's we're getting to the point where we need to kind of look at it a little bit, but I'm not sure how much money we'll need based on what I've said earlier about certain neighborhoods specifically need plans, downtown, maybe West Sechelt, to look at those plans again. And maybe we could look at COVID restart money for that. That might be one opportunity.
Let's
I'd
say,
like,
just for a moment, say, do
Yeah.
we think we should be doing OCP?
yeah. But I still would like our budget to come in under 6. So that's why I'm looking at funding sources.
Percent.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's a little more comfortable for me. So, just where I'm at, and, sometimes you get arbitrary, but, just comfort level. And, so if we could look at those kinds of funding sources for what, Councillor Toth was talking about, just to at least, instead of keep talking about it, sort of do some sort of scoping to figure out what we need to do. And I have a book that I'm gonna give to Councillor Bell. I thought it was in my bag, so I'm gonna give her a book so she can read up on OCPs, and it'll
Great.
help. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
okay. Councillor Rowe.
Do we have a deadline on spending that COVID money? Is there I'm sure I've asked.
I don't have a published deadline, but I know that they would like it, yes, spent sooner than later. However, I would debate how an OCP review would qualify as a COVID reopening grant allocation.
Yeah.
Okay. No. There's sometimes Zoom is wonderful, but you don't see everybody on the camera. But all right, that's cryptic enough. Other things. So we've got you've identified DCC update potentially. I think I'm seeing most people agree with the principle of an OCP update. I'm talking about the budget now.
So if I can talk to the DCC briefly, and Director Dillon may want to jump in. So we talked about that one at the senior management level. There are 2 options. There's kind of a rebuild of a DCC bylaw, or staff can do a review of the DCC bylaw and update it rather than do a whole new DCC bylaw. We'd take it and amend it at staff level. It wouldn't be as robust, so the numbers would be, you know, if we were to take it out to have the whole thing redone, it would look different. So we would take out the projects that are done. We would take the projects that are in there, put new numbers to them, and probably add a number of projects, but it wouldn't be as robust as if we went out to a consultant.
Okay. Great. Yep. Appreciate that. And does that mean 150,000, or do you have any sense of what it would?
Yeah, well, no, 300 would be going out to a consultant.
Yeah.
And if staff were to do a review, in-house review, it would be nothing.
Well, okay.
It would be staff's time.
It would, yes, which has a cost.
We'd be reallocating staff time.
Right.
But it wouldn't be as robust. So if you're thinking that it was going to be a rebuild and all new projects, all new numbers, this wouldn't be that.
And I hear or see a hand waving furiously in the back.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So I think the biggest difference between what a consultant DCC driven report looks like and what a staff one would look like is on the public engagement aspects of it. So with a consultant driven one, there would probably be a lot more engagement with developers and various stakeholders to develop that list. There would be a complete relook at all our master plans and how they tie some of them are quite old now. Like, for example, our drainage master plan is from 1999. So they would look at those and try and modernize them. There'd be a lot more detailed look at things like climate change. So that would be a more fulsome DCC bylaw update. But the alternative, which I've seen other municipalities do, is they just take the existing list, tack on some kind of an inflation escalation cost to all those projects, cross off all the projects we know have been completed, and the ones that have been identified through some master planning work we've done in the interim since the last DCC bylaws, we would add the ones we would know about. In terms of the stakeholder engagement in that, because of staff time commitments and the amount of time we're able to put into this, that would be brought down quite a bit from what a consultant-driven one would be. So both achieve a certain end goal. It's just a different way of doing it. And in terms of cost for a staff-driven one, there still would be costs, obviously staff time, but there would be printed materials, I believe, that go out, website postings. We would have to do some level of engagement, some community events. So those would be, all third-party disbursements that we would be paying. So there is some cost associated with that. And I'm going to put about a price tag of maybe, $20,000, $30,000 in that range in addition to staff time. So I hope that clarifies everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Councillor Toth and then Councillor Inkster. That's what I've seen.
I just want to thank staff for that explanation, because when I see DCC bylaw update, it doesn't really speak to the drainage plans and the other things that need to be updated that tie into that. I'm much more comfortable with the idea of a staff-driven, more basic, limited update at this time. And I'll just leave it there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Inkster.
So just a couple of questions through you. How many years have we been discussing the update of the DCC bylaw? What were the reasons for not doing it? And how much money have we left on the table without even doing a staff-driven bylaw review? So I don't know if you know the answers to the first two. I'm sure that Councillor Toth and Rowe do. Yeah. Because if it's a money thing, that's probably could be our problem again. So do we get staff to look at it, or we just not decide?
Let's hear from Councillor Rowe.
Perhaps not.
She's been waiting.
I forgot what I was gonna, I don't have much to say, except when we arrived, remember, our dowry was an engineering department of one. So that, you know, takes some time to build some capacity in that department amongst others. And Councillor Toth can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think a bylaw update for DCC's zoning we decided to focus on zoning and the short-term rental, which we heard pretty much nothing else but during that election campaign was high on our priority list. So it's just building capacity within the staff to be able to even do stuff like this as a consideration. And, you know, I highlighted everything in yellow that was included in the draft budget that Director Douglas put through. And I don't know if Director Dillon feels offended because there's no yellow under engineering at all. So I guess my question is, engineering contracted services increase was on this list for $15,000 under taxation. So if we were to go down this route, would that be a request of 45 if you were going to add 30,000, you know, to something like that? That's all I had to say.
Okay, so that's, I think, two parts. The first was about historical work on the DCCs, and you're saying there's a bit of zoning work, but not a lot of visioning, as it were.
A different priority.
Yes, no, understood. But in trying to answer Councillor Inkster's question, not much recently is the answer to your question. Recently, on any OCP work, I don't think we've taxed for it, for an OCP review in the last few years. DCC? Sorry, DCC. XYZ.
So I can help answer that. I've been here 3.5 years, and we've been talking about it for at least 3 of those years. And the two things that have been holding it up would be funding and staff time.
Right. But we have not taxed for it, is really what Councillor Inkster was asking. Oh, all right. I would love you to clarify briefly.
So, I mean, this puts a little bit of a burden on staff, so we need to be mindful of that and be prepared to discuss maybe further resourcing properly as we go forward. But my question was, if in fact funding was an issue for the review of needed bylaw change in order to look at a change in revenue and money left on the table theoretically, if money was the issue, maybe we need to go this route that's proposed to get something done to make some changes to a bylaw to change our revenue picture.
So you're generally in favor of an internal DCC review?
Yeah, otherwise we'll be talking about it next year and still wondering what we're going to do about DCC. So it's just, how are we going to do it with, staff says they can do it, but a lot of times they say they can do it.
No, careful. Yeah. So they asked and answered. Councillor McLaughlin, please. Yeah. No.
Sorry, I was just one more piece I think just came to my mind when discussing the difference between consultant-driven one and a staff-driven one is I have in other municipalities see where the DCCs can be, a bit of economic analysis goes into that on the consultant level. So say if you want to promote more development in your downtown core and you want to charge higher DCCs for construction projects that are farther away from your downtown core, that costs more money to service in terms of infrastructure, you can start looking at those differential DCC rates and apply that. So that's something we would be limited to do because we don't have that, economic analysis capacity within our staff. So that's another important point is it can be, it can work in concert with OCP in a certain way if you're trying to achieve certain objectives in terms of development, and that would be something that we would not be able to do with a staff done one. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So, Councillor McLaughlin.
Sort of continuing on that point through the chair, sometimes it's good to, I think for staff, we're a small municipality, we don't have the money of like Vancouver, et cetera, so we can't always do the full-blown big consultant jobs. I mean, I've worked as a consultant, so, You know, I understand, what can be done, but I think it's beneficial to use our staff to start a project, to start an OCP, to start a DCC, because you're going to spend a lot of time also telling them what you know, and they need to learn a lot, so you can actually save a lot of time by just getting it started yourself and then reviewing it later. So
you're generally in favor?
I'm in favor of this, but I know it's going to take a lot of upfront time from staff to just get it going. But I think it needs to be a hybrid, like you say. And then you know where you want to focus, and then you can direct the consultants to help you achieve those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. So that means a soft yes to internal DCC's review and an OCP update as for the extra $50,000. Not at the moment. I'm just trying to process through how we move forward with all these different changes. Have you got any? What can we do to move this forward from your point of view, Director Douglas?
Yeah, if motions of individual or group would work.
Yeah. Okay. You said individual as well, so yeah. Maybe I'll just have a sec. Director Allen.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to jump in here. I would just wanted to bring it back. What I was trying to say earlier about the OCP is we have developed a project plan, background research. We have an idea of areas that we believe are ready for improvement. And the luxury of time here at the beginning of a 4-year term is we could spend this year doing engagement basically on not the results of the OCP, but the project plan, the scoping. What are we trying to uncover? Engagement being anywhere from Sechelt Nation to Chamber of Commerce to SDBA to individual members of the public. And we have that ability to do so. But with the $47,000 that we have now, would be looking for a springboard next year's budget to carry on. Because if we do this engagement and do not carry on, then question of the value of that.
Right. So that part and parcel of that is saying you'd like the extra $50,000 in this year's budget.
Yes. Or stay with the 47,000, yes. But there'd be a bigger increase next year then.
Right. Okay. Councillor Bell, thank you for your patience.
To the chair, I'm just wondering, for me, I think these two things are very important, both for looking at into the future, as well as we can start to prepare and start to budget for these things, help in the decision making. I'm just wondering, is it possible at this point to go back and take a look if we left these numbers in, this 50,000 in, and this say 300,000, just say, we'll say it, take the big number right now in terms of contract, is that right? Yeah, and find out what that would look like?
A little birdie whispered in my ear just before we reconvened that that can be done.
In terms of a tax increase?
I just have a question. Does that mean the 75 for affordable housing comes out? It's not a reduction. It stays in the budget.
Yes, we would be taxing for that, plus the 50 for the OCP, plus the 300. No. 300. That's okay, you'd like to know what the 300
person doing.
Okay, right. So if you did the 50,000 for OCP and the 300 for DCCs, took out the affordable housing, your operating budget increase would be 6% plus 3% for capital. So you're looking at 9%.
Thank you. Sure, you can ask. No, you can't actually. Councillor Shepherd,
Jump in while the other microphones are.
Oh,
no, go ahead.
Through the chair to, is the $300,000 the complete cost, or is there something else already on 2024's? Like, will that complete the project? in your mind?
The 300,000 is based to do the full cost, and that is based on similar studies I've seen in other municipalities, scaled to seashell size.
Okay. So then could we give consideration to the thought of spreading this out over 2 years, starting it later this year, so that the complete impact isn't on this year? I know that puts stuff already on next year, but there's lots of work to do.
Let's talk about the practicality. Yeah. Could it be done this year, all in 1 year? I think, don't need a long answer.
I think what's proposed is realistic to spread it out over 2 years. We would work as staff in the background to progress as much as we could to get things ready, do the RFP and all that. But like I said, with most of these things, we're kind of halfway through the year already. So yeah.
So and the point being, procedurally, we couldn't get it done this year anyways. So yeah. Somebody else was waving. Yes.
So we would have to be committed to the other half.
I understand. Yeah.
Because we would be signing a contract.
Right.
That's greater than 150. Right?
Right.
So we would be committing to that lift next year.
Oh, right. Yeah. Which we can do.
Yep. I just would need that motion.
Right.
That would be hard for next year.
Everybody understand that? Or we'd be making a $300,000 commitment, but taxing half of it this year with the obligation to tax the rest of it presumably next year. Okay. Before we get into motions, are there any other projects, any other activities you'd like to see?
Just following up on Councillor Rowe's, I think earlier point that we hadn't heard from engineering on the other smaller items, the technologist and so forth.
And which one since?
Item 25.
13?
Item 13. And 13.
Okay, so I guess, because what we have in front of us is in staff's priority, right? They provided to us this morning. So, but having said that, I note some of these are higher up than demossing, which was put in the list. So I take your point. So, do you want to offer anything about, can you live without these different engineering asks, Mr. Dillon?
Thank you. It would be helpful if the slide that had that information was on the screen. Just.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Half a second.
So as let's wait.
So what number's first? 15? Oh, no.
There was I believe it was 13 was the first one, the engineering technologist.
Okay.
For asset management. Yes. So a question about what the implications of a deferral would be. Is that is that correct? So part of this technologist position would be to assist in asset management, but also the manager of sustainable infrastructure with some of the development reviews that are coming up. And I believe we did have another option to hire external consultants, which I believe has been deferred. So if we lose both of them, then that would inhibit our ability as staff to go through processing in a timely manner any new developments that come in terms of the engineering side, inspection, developing servicing agreements, all things that the development community has already pointed out are not meeting their expectations. So this would exacerbate that situation, not having that position. Thanks.
Which I think is a given, unaccepted, but I'm also mindful of the staff report we were given yesterday where this was not part of it. So, I think we can trust our staff that they feel they can get by without it. In the absence of some, we've identified OCP and DCC as something that is policy-wise important. This is one where staff has said, hey, we'll struggle through without it. So I'm fine with leaving it off myself. Councillor Shepherd?
So we can struggle through without it, except we're at a poor performance level. That's the trade-off?
Potentially, yeah. I want to revisit we've got some funds for community safety, so hopefully we would get grants or other support for our initiatives from other orders of government. I don't want that off the table, that I expect the needs for safety will be much higher than we've allocated, but I don't propose further taxation from us. What else did I have? And then I did raise earlier reclaimed water. I'm trying to remember what we've done the work, the feasibility studies as such. So it's really a case of if we decided it made sense to do that, to, for example, offset the need to enhance the outfall, we could deal with that by virtue of grant applications. So I think I'm okay with leaving that off of this list for the moment. Good. Got something? Please, yeah.
The only other one that I'd mentioned was the splitting of the environmental impact study over 2 years. Funding $100,000 this year and $100,000 next year.
Right. Similar
Sort of, if we need it, we're unlikely to get it done this year anyways.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't need it, it's only $100,000 that we're reallocating off.
Anybody? You know what? We do need a refreshment break in a minute, but maybe during which time we can figure out with Director Douglas and the finance team what the resolution should be.
Oh, okay.
I think rather than do that on the fly, why don't we? Yeah, does that work for everybody? We'll take 10 minutes and everybody except finance team.
I can give you a little bit of an update.
I'm more interested in the resolutions than the bottom line is.
So if you, hang on a second. So if you do the OCP and you split the DCC into 2 years, 150 a year, leave affordable housing in, then your operations comes in at 4.72%, and then the 3% capital on top of that. So you're just 7.72. That's B sewer. So I'll have to calculate that on the side. Okay. So it's just.
We're going to take a break as soon as you ask your one brief question.
Perfect. You're in trouble. So it would be good if the motions would, we probably don't have time, but just would come back in a number of motions, and then we just make a decision on each. But the 7.5%, the other thing that would help me again is the dollar amount change on
I think
what's probably a $900,000 average house now or something like that, because that has changed, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. I think we'll, maybe with Mr. Yates, we can have and the finance, we can talk about that in the break and what makes sense. And so we'll even give you 13 minutes. How about that? We're recessed, please. Right, is everybody here? If you're not here, put your hand up. And we are ready, your camera's on, and are we recording? Never stopped. Okay, we'll reconvene the committee of the whole meeting at 2:34. And staff, I know, spent the break coming up with their ideas and suggestions of how we proceed. So, Mr. Douglas, what do you think?
Okay, so staff has put together a couple of motions that we would like to have based on the last meeting. And then just a starter motion to things that you would like to approve and incorporate into the 2023 budget. And I'll put that up on the screen. Just give me a second here. And I'll try and start my... Here it comes. Okay. All right, so the first motion that we're looking for is just to back up a little bit and to make a resolution to rescind one of the motions from the last meeting. And the next motion is to then recommend items 1, 2, 4 to 13 from the minutes of that meeting. Do we have that on electronically? You guys find, you go ahead and share. And then after that, we have motions where you can tag on items too, so that the following budget item or items be approved and incorporated into the 2023 budget, and we can start making a list with numbers. So at the previous meeting, the previous council meeting, these motions were adopted. And all we're doing is we're just gonna kind of rescind the motion, have council approve that at the next meeting, and then go ahead and adopt one. Sorry, I can't remember, I don't have my screen in front of me now. 1, 2, and then 4 to the end. Just hang on, let me bring that up. So then recommendations 1 and 2, and then 4 to 13, and then they'll be approved at the next council meeting. And then that leaves number 3 just available because we've included it back in our summary today of items that we'd like to have approved. So if that makes sense to you.
Okay, Councillor Toth moved it.
Okay.
If anybody else is following, Councillor Rose seconds. And so I'm still not clear which ones we're voting on, so.
Okay. So we're just rescinding all these for now, and then we're just going through with the second part of it. We're adopting motion 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Leaving out 3.
No, we have the motion.
As the whole motion has been moved at this point.
Your motion to rescind, or both rescind and?
As presented.
Both.
Rescinding, and then recommending that we adopt everything except recommendation 3.
So, you know which one is number 3? Yeah?
So that was introduced by...
Yep, and, yep. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that's, right. Okay, you clear, everybody? Wasn't looking at you. Not you, Councillor Inkster. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. Okay, then the next one is motion 2.
Okay, so now I'll share again. Sorry. Okay, so this is the second motion, or motion 2. This is where we're looking to add items that you would like us to incorporate. I think at the break there, we're talking that, incorporate today what you think you'd want to incorporate, and over Monday, Tuesday, we'll put together another tax analysis for you, and we'll, at the council meeting, or we can maybe, I don't know what we're going to do at the council meeting, is that what we're doing that? We will bring that tax analysis through so you can see that and what it looks like. And then, if you wanted to make any alternate motions, you could there, which leads us, towards, us being able to go and make the 5-year financial plan. Make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. So you want...
So I can back this up a bit now. Oops. Where did that leave? Oh, who unshared me? So I can put my report up on the screen for items. I listed about items, if that's what council would like to see. I could put up the green list, or I could put up my spreadsheet. I'll put up my spreadsheet for now. Okay, so this middle section, I'm just going to try and zoom. I think this would be too big. Okay, so this middle listing is kind of what we went through in my report today. So current deficit, that's not totally it. Hang on. Okay, so this is the summary that we looked today. Deficit 784, adding the revenue sources and the utilizing 250,000 from surplus. Would you like those incorporated into the budget for 2023? And I'm kind of doing it in groups here, just so it makes some sense. Right.
Okay, so maybe Mr. Douglas, you can enlarge that. I want everybody to be real clear what we're voting on here, because it's a complex day. The lower right, you can just drag the bar across. Great, thank you. Okay, so everybody clear? Service agreement. It's actually new fees for construction and, taxation resulting from new builds on line 9. And you're okay with taking the surplus, anticipated surplus from last year into offsetting this year's taxation, because that's what line 11 is. Please.
That's my only question, I guess, to council is, should we be applying that surplus, or should we be holding that surplus in reserve? And I know that increases the tax, but by 2.5% roughly, or almost 2.5%. Yeah, Councillor Inkster, yeah. A pretty good way to get new microphones.
So, it's a plan. I've heard that earlier, and I thought we were at this decision point. We were going to make this decision. It's been first and seconded, but I'm not in favor of that. If that surplus is the result of taxation last year, then we should be applying it against taxation this year. I'm not into taxing and then socking the money aside. I've been consistent on that.
Okay, so you were agreeing with the motion?
Yeah, I just can't tax and then not spend it and then hold on to it. You give it back.
Okay, Mr. Douglas? Yeah.
So just so everybody knows that we are anticipating a little bit greater surplus than this. However, I can't, at this point, I'm like 99% positive this is minimum. So, there will be probably more surplus that will go into the surplus account. Okay. Highly likely, right? So what I've drawn over here is a conservative amount that we could utilize. So last year we utilized just over 400,000 from the previous year's surplus. So it's it's something that we have done, and then also been able to put money into surplus.
So, okay, so what are we voting on? Because these are questions of fact or assumptions. We're not actually...
These are not included in the budget at this point.
So it's an amendment to the budget.
Well, we're not amending it yet. Just to approve and incorporate these items into the budget for 2023.
Okay. I mean, they're questions of fact, so, okay. Okay, any other? Yes. Yeah.
You recognize me?
I do,
okay.
And I also recognize that you've said you're in favor of, you're in favor of doing this, so.
Yeah, but Director Douglas just said that there's probably more money that will come forward. Where's that going to go? Because I know, but the last council spent $400,000 and moved it in so that they could maybe defer to deal with taxation. It wouldn't be as high. So, because we're going to come up later with motions in a couple of them that are going to go up into an area that I'm uncomfortable with. And I might be voted down, but if it could be dealt with by a larger amount of surplus coming in, then I'd be more comfortable. I think you want unanimity on a budget when we go to agree on our taxation rate as close as possible, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah?
I don't have to.
No. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to just.
So this is the thing about running year end. Oh, sorry.
So you ready for the question? Okay, I'll call the question. Okay. Yes, carry on.
Sorry, Your Worship. Just looking.
These ones right here. Yep, right here.
Which items are actually on the floor at this time?
Those 5 that are bolded.
Those 5.
So that's where I'm okay to vote in favor of it, because we're sort of saying, hey, this is what we intend to do, or this is what we expect will happen. But very few of these, other than the 250, are things we control. The rest are estimates of what. So we're authorizing a change to the budget numbers, which is fine.
Yep.
They're just budget. So, are you okay with that, Corporate Officer Polson? Oh dear. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. Okay, what's next, Mr. Douglas?
Okay, so the next section is what our wants out of that whole big list. Oh, shoot, I don't have, okay,
So, you're looking for a motion.
okay, just hang on a second. I need to add 2 here.
Yeah, works. Yes, Councillor Rowe would like to fill the airtime.
No. No. Oh, no, it
Okay.
started working again. Just to note, if, I thought we were gonna move community safety to COVID restart.
Sorry, which one?
Community safety? Versus taxation?
Community safety to,
The
not
COVID
COVID,
restart?
to the,
Or safety
public
reserve?
safety.
Sorry.
Do we have enough?
Okay. Okay, just ignore this for now, this one. Okay.
Okay, so
So now we're looking at this list as staff's priorities for this year to be funded from taxation except for the community safety, coming from public safety reserve.
okay. Is that okay?
I can totally remove this one if that's your comfort.
No.
No, I would move it down to the next set of
Yeah,
information.
that's fine. I think we can, it's not the impact, the intent. We're clear that everything on that list, except the community safety, will be funded by taxation.
So that now can go down below 3.01.
Don't, doesn't matter.
Right now, we're gonna bring that information through.
Yeah.
On next Wednesday.
Okay, so, motion for those items, if it pleases you. Yeah, move seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Councillors McLaughlin and Inkster opposed. The motion carries. So then this is,
Okay, so.
these are changes, and this is a motion to modify the budget.
Which one?
To-
These ones? This is
No.
to,
There, the expense reductions.
yeah, the expense reductions. Yes, these are included in the budget right now. And, if we want to do the affordable housing, then, we can look at these 3 items.
And how did we got talking about the officer and the practical thing that even if they could hire, they wouldn't hire, obviously, in January.
We also talked about funding that from the public safety reserve.
And do you now have off the top of your head, the public safety reserve balance, roughly?
Hang on just 2 seconds. Did you give me that? No? Did
Yeah.
you give it to me? Sure.
Okay. Those are new. Okay, so, this is a motion to authorize the changes to the budget to eliminate take it down to 11 RCMP officers and reduce the budget for the deputy corporate officer and the long-range planning to planner. Yes, not up there. Mhm. Right. Yes, please.
If the chair will so indulge, I'd like us to make the RCMP motion separately, because I think it's an important fact that we're going to need to be able to talk to with our community. I think if it's wrapped up with other things, it gets lost.
Yeah. The chair would be happy to indulge you, always. Okay, so, we didn't get a motion yet, so motion on the police, first?
I'll make a motion that we reduce the RCMP budget from 12 members to 11, funded from taxation.
Great, thank you, that's right, that's a good one, seconded. Okay. Please. Yep.
We need to, I mean, I know what Councillor Toth is trying to do. I wish we could word that different. We're going to be, the community is going to be confused, so good luck. I'll support it because we're not using them, but good luck with trying to explain that. We're trying to say that we're supporting community safety.
Yes, I agree. So the part that I liked about his motion is from taxation. We're reducing the RCMP costs from 12 officers to 11, funded from taxation. We then, very quickly, if fast, I would add, we do still hope to get a 12th officer if they're able to recruit and house and so on. And when they do, if they do, we will fund that from our existing public safety reserves for 2023. That would be my messaging. If anybody's listening.
Yeah, okay, so.
Yeah, which is.
Why don't we just go right there rather than, we just say.
Why don't you, does your microphone work? Yeah, no.
Apologize.
No. It's a legitimate
But why don't we
question.
just go there then, just say to fund that 12th member from the public safety reserve if it's filled this year?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that's
I'm happy to move.
Friendly amendment?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, and you're okay with that, Madam Seconder? Okay. So how are we, you got that? Well, please.
Through the chair, the motion on the floor that I heard was that the RCMP 12th member allocated to Seashelt be funded from the Public Safety Reserve and that the amount be removed from the 2023 taxation budget.
No, be numbers of members.
I think you just operate it, be funded from the public safety reserve.
Okay, if that is the intention.
Yeah.
Okay, can you repeat it then now?
So then it becomes that the RCMP 12th member allocated to Seashelt be funded from the Public Safety Reserve.
Fine. And if they don't get it, or don't hire somebody, we don't use it?
Right.
If we do, okay. You okay? You okay? You okay? You okay? Okay, I'll call the question. Whoops. Yep.
My brain is going a bit here. Just remind me, the affordable housing is back, it's on the top lines, right?
Relevant to the motion at
Yeah.
the moment.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
motion,
Yeah.
right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried unanimous, thank you. Okay, now we've got delaying in hiring of 2 positions, deputy corporate officer and the senior policy planner. We'll clean that up, but, senior policy planner. Motion to modify the budget accordingly.
Sure.
Second. Any discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Carried. New issues, Mr.
Okay.
Douglas.
All right, give me a second here.
Gonna hum for us?
Okay, so then this segment right here, all these that are funded from reserves.
Enlarge, please. Some of us haven't had our cataracts done yet.
Hang on, I'll make it bigger.
Yeah.
I got things covering my header, sorry.
So,
Okay, that should be bigger now.
yeah, thank you. Yes, you do.
It, helping me clarify where we're traveling through this list should also include the $30,000 for the public safety initiatives funded from
Yes.
the Public Safety Reserve, right?
Hang on, I think that was, yes, you're right. Hang on. I think it's included already in the previous list. No? Okay, it's
No.
not included. Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
it should
please,
be added.
Councillor Inkster. Mike.
So the source is further over, just to be real clear? Just to be real clear? The source, oh, there it is, okay, great. Oh, yeah, okay. I wish the balance was next to each of them, but, in those
I'm
funds.
gonna show it.
But, the balance left over in those funds, but, I'm okay with it.
Yes, Councillor Toth.
Thank you. And then I guess the other question is, where do we cover off the council microphone system? Because I would like to add it to this list if we don't already have it somewhere.
I saw it on the screen.
Yeah, we can, okay, hang on a second. We're pulling from a lot of sources here, that's all. We can do the EV station and microphones together if you want.
Okay.
But we can add the safety, community safety to this grouping.
Yes. So I'm looking for something so we know what we're voting on.
Oh, so this list, adding the public safety of $30,000 to be funded from the Public Safety Reserve.
And so we have enough in the Public Safety Reserve for all of this?
Yes.
Plus the
30,000.
RCMP officer?
Yeah.
Plus the 30,000.
Let me take a peek.
Well, this is where I'm concerned about doing these on the fly. Are you sure you don't want to hold off and?
Yes, we will. Yep. Yes. Prior to the RCMP officer and the 30,000 for public safety, we would have had a remainder of 267,000 in that reserve.
But we have 200,000 on the screen.
No, it's after, that's already included in my analysis. So, including all this, we have 267,000 left in the reserve.
Right.
Minus the 30, minus the RCMP officer. So we'd end up with...
So we're depleting it to zero, essentially.
No, we're depleting it to just under 100,000.
Mm-hmm. Well, from 500,000 at the beginning of the year.
Yep, but we have roofs going in there. What do we have going in there?
Okay. So, I haven't got a motion yet, have I? and the tangible capital asset, et cetera, software is contingent on grant funding. Other microphone. Yeah.
So the 149 that was coming out of this fund, we've drawn it down quite a bit. It's supposed to be a January 1 hire, is what I just heard. So that 149 is now
half of that at most, yeah.
Yeah.
If we hire.
If we hire, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's already not 149, it's 130, 132, whatever. It's going down all the time. So the amount actually needed, it's just the work that we have to do to have the money there. So
But how are we going to replenish this reserve?
This reserve is replenished from savings in the RCMP contract.
Understood.
Yeah.
I happen to know the answer, but I will.
Yeah.
So everybody clear that we're dependent on savings from the program. Okay. So the resolution you want is that these be included in the budget?
Yes.
With the funding sources as identified?
Yes.
And the last one being contingent on receiving the grant before the project is initiated or funds are spent.
And knowing we're adding the public safety, 30,000.
Thank you, yes. Moved, seconded. Okay, discussion? Yeah? No? Okay. Anything? Okay, you ready for the question? All in favor? Carried unanimous, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share another screen. Okay, so this is the EV stations and council microphones. I'm just going to leave it in this. Hello? So just leave, I'm going to have to move slides here in a minute, so I'll just leave it at this level.
Yep. And so these are funded from grants?
This would be a gas tax and provincial grant.
Right.
And COVID reopening for microphones.
And so for the purposes of the resolution, we're not discussing or resolving anything regarding revenues today?
Well,
yes, we are
yes,
not.
but no.
Yes, we are not.
Yeah. So you can exclude the revenue one for now?
Yeah. I say that because that's a different conversation, it's a policy question. So for a clean motion, to add to the budget, the EV stations at a cost of $50,000 funded from gas tax and other grants, and a council microphone system, $50,000 coming from the COVID reopening fund, restart fund. Move, seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Oops, discussion. Just got there.
Just under the wire. I just want to flag that we do have that policy question about whether we're charging or not for charging before we go and order stations that, have software backends and things like that to facilitate charging, because that $50,000 could turn into $25,000.
Yes, I agree. That's a very good point. Okay, remember so this is a budget process, not a direction to, I think what I'm hearing, staff will bring something back to us before they actually execute a contract?
Before we have to apply for the grant, which we bring through council.
Right.
We would decide which level we're buying. Yes.
And bring it back to us at that point. So this is a placeholder in the budget? If we don't get the grant, we won't do it? I think that's the other part implicit in this.
Correct, but there's a very good chance.
I know there is, but if, in other words, it won't come out of taxation, right? Under any circumstances. So, okay, I'm just trying to.
sometimes I like bicycle paths or trail systems. So I know what you're saying, but sometimes I'm okay with those too, with this money. So, okay.
It's probably appropriate for me to say I will never use these EV charging stations. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Inkster opposed, and the motion carries. All right.
Okay, we're down to sewer and septage.
Oh, yes.
So we have 240,000, sorry, can I change this? We're gonna change this to 140, right? Because we're going to split the environmental impact over 2 years. That's
Right.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep. Don't worry about it there.
Don't worry,
No, it's
we'll get it. Okay, so just to look at the list. List is 20, 10 to 110 for $140,000 for these items. And to incorporate 60,000 of surplus from the previous year into the sewer fund to cover costs.
Right. Okay, Councillor Todd. So moved. Oh, moved, okay. Second, okay. Any discussion?
So just saying this 10.4 is last.
It's not the right number, yeah. Please, Councillor Inkster.
So a report's coming on the environmental piece in the next number of months, we're assuming?
Yes. We are assuming.
Okay. Sort of quasi-direction.
Oh, I think we count on staff to come back to say, we'd like to start, and this is how we're gonna do it, and how long it's gonna take, and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just needing more information going forward, thanks.
No, I hear you. I'm sure. Here we go. Yes. Okay, so we're clear there. We are actually voting on additional operating requests of $140,000 and applying the projected, applying 60,000 of the projected surplus from last year to this year's operating budget for sewer. That's the motion, right? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Councillor McLaughlin opposed. The motion carries.
Okay, and then the last one, septage, $100,000 for additional requests, and $30,000 to be brought in from surplus in the previous year.
Okay, second, is that a motion or you're?
Not yet.
No.
Thank you. So just for clarity, that slide there, the paragraph at the bottom.
Yeah.
I recognize where the 10.4% came from. I'm not recognizing what is actually required to fund a $70,000 deficit based on what I'm seeing here.
Okay, so we're going to, so we're going to increase the fees by, well, this won't be 10.4 anymore.
Yeah.
It would be, so I'd have to redo this part of the slide for Wednesday, right? So through increase in revenues, we cover the 70 from increase in revenues, which would be partly due to an increase in fees, whether it be 7 or whatever % we decide on, and the expected revenue increase from more activity. That's how we cover the 70. So right now we budgeted, so let's just say right now we budgeted 400,000 for revenue. We're going to increase that by $70,000.
So just to clarify, the slide does not contain, this list does not contain all of the information. The deficit that we're actually looking to fund is more like $20,000, if I understood that correctly, because there is an increase in revenue that's being projected as well.
Almost. Okay. So we just found out we had a projected increase in revenue through year end. We haven't built that into the budget yet. So we'll build that increase in plus an increase to the fees to cover the 70,000.
So, not sure that we vote, because we've also got the historic, agreement, I guess, that the increase in sewer percentage will be about the same as the septage.
Yes.
This will change it.
Yes.
Maybe, yes.
Yeah.
So, don't like to leave anything where, we're almost home, but here we are trying to process in real time, and that worries me. Yeah, please.
I just wonder whether the motion could be that we approve the $100,000, in principle.
Yep.
With, staff to report back on the, fee increase necessary in relation to sewer.
Well, you could then say increase septage revenues by $70,000.
No, because
that's when we were going to cover it. Right, so if we incorporate we're looking at septage, right?
let's,
So if we're going to approve the $100,000, then we would just expect to incorporate $70,000 worth of additional revenues, septage revenues, to cover that deficit. Right?
No, because it would be, it's increasing the fees and anticipating that people won't find alternatives.
Correct.
This is a little more significant than we realize, because these fees go too high, people start dumping in maintenance holes and stuff like that. I'm given you got a lot of other things on your plate to work on. Is this vital that this be concluded today?
Well, we'll just come back on Wednesday, with just the numbers at the bottom, that bottom paragraph changing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting at. I'm just concerned that the unintended consequences, we don't know what it is. Is it an increase of 10.4% or 20%?
So, but if we don't do that, then we don't do the 100. Right, because it's the only place this fund gets money is from its dumpage fees.
Understood.
So if we're going to approve the 100, then we're approving 100 more, or 70 more revenue from dumping fees.
Okay. You okay?
Well, it's just a comment that at this point, it's just a recommendation as well.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, okay. All right, so what's the resolution?
The motion that's currently on the floor is that additional operating requests for septage operations in the amount of $100,000 and $30,000 from 2022 septage surplus be approved and incorporated into the 2023 budget.
That good, you guys? Yeah, okay. Great. Any further discussion? All in favor? Carried. I'm in favor. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Bud. Yeah.
Thank you. So the intention from here is on Wednesday, we'll bring some clarity to these numbers back to council with another sample of what the effect of is on an average home.
Right. Okay, well, we can talk about how we will do that between now and Wednesday, but, because it can't be done in real time. There needs to be something out to the public head. So, whether we can do that. Yep. Stop the screen share. Yes, both of them or one of them? Okay, anything else, Mr. Douglas?
I'm hearing nothing more. Thank you.
Okay, and in that case, anything else? Anybody? Okay, motion to adjourn and seconded, and all in favor of adjournment. We are adjourned. Now we have, I believe we have one person in the gallery. We do have one person in the gallery. We also have one person online. Any questions? Oh, my goodness. We'll do our best. Anything from,